Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you, and I know we have some people still checking in, but for those of you who would like to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, please rise. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's a good idea. You can turn my phone off. Is your phone off?
I'd like to welcome you all to the 2025 deliberative session for the town of Wolfeboro. My name is Randy Walker. Ann is trying to hand me something. And it's my pleasure this evening to serve as your moderator. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the people up here on the stage, let me introduce them to you. And when I call your name, if you'd raise your hand, it would be appreciated. We have Chairman of the Budget Committee, John McDonald. John, you're going to put your hand up? Thank you, John. Vice Chair, Bob Tuffer. We also have Tom Bell, Bob Mulholland, Bob Lohman, Matt Plaish, Brian Black, Steve Johnson, Harold Parker, Brian DeShays is the Board of Selectmen Liaison, Linda Murray is the Board of Selectmen Alternate, and then Leanne Hendricks, if she is here, is the Recording Secretary. For the Board of Selectmen, we have our Chairman, Linda Murray, Vice Chair, Dave Senegal, Brad Harriman, Paul O'Brien, and Brian DeShays. Then we also have some town officials here. Let me introduce those to you. We have our town manager, Jim Pinio, at the end. Our perennial town clerk, Pat Waterman. Nathan Fennessy is town council this evening. Our town planner, Shauna, is not here. Steve Randall is here for Director of Public Works. Casey Carpentier is our assistant town manager. We have Sam Kelly, the finance director. Brenda Lapointe, our tax collector. Chris Warner, police chief in the back. Tom Zotti, fire chief. Jason Durantz, code enforcement officer. Jason's over here. I think Bo Betts is filling in for Christine Collins, Parks and Rec, and he's over there. Allison Rutley is our librarian. We have Barry Muccio, who is the director of Municipal Electric Department, and then Ann Muccio is our executive assistant to the town planner right here. Let's try Amy. There we go, just seeing if you were paying attention. I'd also like to introduce my niece, Caitlin Murphy, who's in the back corner. She is the assistant moderator this evening. She served the assistant moderator for the past, this is now 6 years. She's an attorney and is now the school district moderator. Before I delve into any substantive issues, or before we delve into any substantive issues, I would like to dispense with a few preliminary matters. There may be a few people in the audience that are not registered voters, and although we're happy to have you observe democracy in action, I would like to remind you that you are guests of the town and that you may not vote on any matter this evening. Otherwise, it constitutes a misdemeanor. I'm therefore confident that we'll have your utmost cooperation. Out of curiosity, how many of you are not Wolfeboro voters? If you raise your hand. So we do have a few. You also should have all been given a W card, so if we have a hand vote, I'll ask you to put that W card up, so don't lose it. If you leave, it would be appreciated if you would give it back to the people at the front desk here. You also should have a ballot, a blank piece of paper. We probably will have at least one, hopefully only one, written ballot this evening, and you'll need that piece of paper to vote. If you leave, again, if you could give it to these ladies at the front, or Fred, that would be helpful, or Tom. So the purpose of this evening's meeting is to explain, discuss, and debate those articles that we legally can, but ultimately the purpose is to determine the form of the articles that will appear on the ballot in March. So we're not going to vote on the substance of those articles this evening. We'll do that in March. Again, we're just here to determine the form. Now, Article 1 is regarding the election of various town offices. There is a single contested town race. It's for the library trustee. George Fall, is George here? He's running. against Sharon Marigliano, if she is here. So that's the only contested race that we have. We also won't discuss Articles 2 through 7, which are the planning board or zoning articles, because they've already been discussed and had the statutory hearings on those. We will, however, discuss Articles 8 through 37. That's 30 articles. We have a lot of ground to cover this evening. And if anybody desires to amend a particular article, I would appreciate it if you would reduce it to writing, give it to me. I've probably been handed 5 or 6 so far. Hopefully we don't have too many, because they will take some time. I also don't permit amendments to amendments on the floor at the same time. So if we do have a proposed amendment, we'll either vote it up or down. If you have another amendment, we can then proceed with that. We do operate under the auspices of SB 2, which has 3 procedural rules. Number 1, you cannot kill an article by tabling or passing over it. And number 2, we do have a default budget in Article 9 that cannot be amended because that's prescribed by law. And 3, the wording that is prescribed by law in a particular warrant article can also not be changed. No warrant article can be amended to delete the subject matter either. You can amend the purpose, the intent, the impact. You can change the dollar amount, but you cannot change the subject matter. I also do not follow or adhere to any procedural rules like Robert Rules of Order. I generally will recognize the person or people that submitted a particular article. Articles 8 through 34 were all submitted by the selectmen. I'll therefore recognize one of the selectmen to speak to those. Articles 35, 6, and 7 were submitted by petition, so I'll recognize somebody to discuss that one first if they would like to address it. For those of you that do wish to speak, if you could come up to this microphone, state your name. Please be as brief as you can. Again, we have a long evening. For those of you that have cell phones, this would be a great time to take them out. Make sure that they're off so they don't go off during the meeting. I will also read each and every article before we discuss it. I would appreciate it if it would be moved and seconded. And after we've had a full and fair opportunity to discuss it, I would entertain a motion to terminate debate or call the question, which I treat as synonymous. You're also all aware that motions can be made to change an earlier article or motion, but if you want to leave with confidence that we will not revisit something that's already been discussed, you can move that we restrict reconsideration, and if that should pass, then we will not reconsider that at this meeting. And finally, we will only discuss the subject matter of those issues that were raised in the warrant. You can't bring up new issues that were not raised in the warrant. And then finally, we're going to vote here March 11th from 8 in the morning to 7 at night. Looks forward to having you all come. And let me get right into Article 8. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of paying for increased costs for Mill Street sewer pump station upgrades is approved by warrant Article 15 in 2022 and warrant Article 17 in 2023, which is currently estimated at $3.143 million. Further, authorize the issuance of $900,000 for additional bonds or notes for this project in accordance with the provisions of RSA 33, the Municipal Finance Act, and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to participate in the State Revolving Loan Fund, SRLF, RSA 48614, established for this purpose, and to allow the Board of Selectmen to accept such monies as become available from federal and state governments, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to take any action or pass any other vote relating thereto, and to authorize the town manager to sign any documents related to this project. The estimated tax rate for 2025 is 0. The estimated tax rate for 2026 is 0 per $1,000 assessed valuation. For 2027, it's 3 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee, and because it's a bond, it will require a 60% vote in order for it to pass in March. So I'd like to have that moved, and Brad Harriman moved. I hear a second. Second. So Brad, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Randy. This sewer pump station pumps all of the wastewater from the town's collection system to the wastewater treatment plant, which makes it one of the most critical pieces of our infrastructure. This pump station was last upgraded back in the 1990s and is well beyond its useful life. Due to engineering delays and initial bids coming in well over budget, the town is requesting these additional funds to complete this project. I ask for your support for this warrant article, and I'll turn this over to Steve Randall for further information. Thank you.
Good evening. Hello.
Hey, can we get this microphone on here? It should be on now, he's saying. There you go.
Good evening. As Brad said, this came about, I believe, back in 21 to 22. First came before everybody. We're trying to get it over the finish line, looking to put it out to bid in the next couple weeks. It's the most important pump station that we have in town, and we very much would like your support.
Any questions, discussion on Article 8? Seeing none, I declare that the article will appear as read. We will move on to the operating budget, Article 9. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth in the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein totaling $35,943,677. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget should be $33,650,063, which is the same as last year's operating budget, with certain adjustment required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of revised budget only. The tax rate impact for 2025 is $6.19 per thousand of assessed valuation. Is unanimously recommended by the selectmen. It's recommended by the budget committee on a vote of 8-2. In order for it to pass in March, it will require a majority vote. And I'd like to have somebody move it. John McDonald has moved. Do I hear a second? Second, anybody?
Second.
Thank you. John, you want to start?
Where's my button here? Can you hear me okay? Great.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming tonight, folks. I appreciate taking your time out to come see some of these warrant articles. The first slide is the 2025 budget request. 2024, the budget was $33,300,799. The department heads and the town manager requested $36,498.99. The Board of Selectmen proposed $36,372,472, and we went down to the budget. It was $35,943,677. So we adjusted it downward of about $430,000 from the Board of Selectmen's proposed budget. If you go to the next slide, this one shows the different funds: the general fund, the water fund, the electric fund, the sewer fund, and the Pop Whalen fund. The water fund, electric fund, and sewer fund, and Pop Whalen fund are all paid by the users. You'll see the budget is, I think there's a slide, over $30 million. About $10 million of that is to buy electricity that we use to resell. And then it shows the 2024 approved budget to change, $1,800,397, 9.64% over last year's budget, for a total of 7.94%. Next slide should be the the pie slide. It has how everything's divided up by fund and by. You see the biggest one is 58%. It's a general fund. Pop Whaling is 1%. Sewer is 5%. Electric is 31%, and water is 5%. For a total of $35,943,677. Okay, the general fund and budget drivers. 91.6% of the general fund increase is outlined by the budget drivers, or the things to the right. $86,093 for the cable. They want to buy some new cable equipment for the TV station. $35,778 personal administration. Debt service, $473,660. That's, we have to start paying for some of the building we've done, the new fire station and PD, the library, some town hall debt, and also the dock and a few other things. Ambulance service, $501,047. That's an increase again. The ambulance service has gone up on a price to service the town. Public safety building, new building operations, $40,202. Streets and highways, $217,153. Abenaki groomer lease, $22,000. Non-union wage adjustments, $101,433. The third firefighter, $62,674. And capital outlay of $116,051. So as you can see, that's the biggest driver, 91% of the increase of the budget. If you want to change that, you're going to have to give up some of those projects on the right-hand side if you want that to drop down. Okay, there's a couple that we can't get rid of. That's personal administration, debt service. If you don't want to have an ambulance, you could get rid of that, but I think that's kind of important. PSP, new building operations, streets and highways, you could probably get rid of a little bit of that. The groomer, we're locked into a lease. Non-union wage adjustment, hopefully that would stay. The third firefighter, you could put that on hold for another year if you wanted to, and you could not do anything with the capital outlay. But as you can see, those are the biggest drivers, those dozen or so increases in the budget. Okay, let's move on. Here's a graph that shows you the different increases. Again, you'll see all the way to the right, my right, is the increase in debt service. And then we've got the increase in the ambulance service. Those are all big things that are driving the budget to go up. Here's the revenue side. Motor vehicle registrations, $1,900,000. Cable franchise fee, $151,286. Rooms and meals tax, $629,585. Highway block grant, $182,299. Building permits, $124,000. MED pilot, $139,150. Interest on investments, $200,000. Water tower army lease, $194,700. Administrative allocations, $724,385. Parks and Rec, $65,000. Solid waste, $308,000. Police, $80,000. And miscellaneous fees, $393,776. For a total estimated revenue of $5,092,181. If you look over to the right, you have the general fund operating expenses, $20,570,784. Subtract the estimated revenues of $5,092,181, and the total raised through taxes for 2025 will be $15,478,603. Okay, the next slide shows you the estimated tax rate. 2025, if everything passes, will be $7.65. 2024, that was $6.73. That's a tax increase of 92 cents or 13.67%. Here's just the town only, $300,000 home, your taxes are going to go up $276. $450,000, $414, $700,000, $644, and $1 million home, $920. And this, on the other side of the tax rates, you've got all the different fees if everything passes. Operating budget, $619, fire-based ambulance service, all the way down through. They come up with a $765. Okay, we'll move on to the executive budget. That's $331,612, $98,956, or 42.5% increase. Also includes the community television. Town manager budget, $380,777, $67,333, or 78.4% increase. Any questions on those two? Okay. Zoning Board of Adjustment, $8,505. Zoning Board increase of $459, or 5.7%. Planning Board budget, $10,874. That's a decrease of $9,902, or 47.7%. Town Clerk decrease $226,845, a decrease of $9,025, or 3.83%. Finance, $318,286, a decrease of $25,373, or 7.38%. Assessing, excuse me. Total budget is $123,252, a decrease of $26,210, or 22.71%. Excuse me. Tax collector, $349,753, an increase of $1,652, or 0.47%. Legal, level funded at $115,444. Personal administration, $2,693,627. That's an increase of $36,078, or 1.35%. That has the health insurance for the employees, dental insurance, life and disability, unemployment compensation, and the workers' compensation. Okay. Planning Department, total budget, $150,602. That's a decrease of $2,268, or minus 1.48%. Miscellaneous operating expense budget, $3,600. That's a $2,000 decrease. Brewster Building, total budget, $150,406. That's a decrease of $12,688, or 7.78%. Cemeteries, $16,671. That's a decrease to $15,161, or 47.6%. Property liability increase, $218,332. That's an increase of $18,027, or 9%. Technology, $317,042. That's a technology increase of $11,720, or 3.84%. Police Department, we have a decrease of $135,245, or minus 6.1%. What happened with the police department is they wanted to give up one position back to the town. They felt that it wasn't needed, and I want to thank them for that. There's not community safety concerns for protection for the citizens. It's just they felt they could go without that one position. I also want to add is prior to finishing up the budget, we asked the police department if they could come up with some more additional cuts. And we were thinking, the budget committee was sticking on the line that we have open positions for the month of January that probably aren't going to get it filled. So we asked them to come back and offer to give back some more money, which they did, another $30,000. We also did that with the town manager, because we hadn't hired people for the month of January, and the town manager and the selectmen came back with $70,000 decrease in their budget. I want to thank both those folks for helping out on that. Communications, total budget is $577,910, an increase of $13,154, 2.3%. Animal control, $29,234, $2,210, or 8.2%. Fire department, total budget of $2,308,506. That's an increase of $114,972, or 5.2%. Public safety building, $103,457. That's an increase of $40,202, or 63.6%. Emergency management, $4,310. That's a decrease of $4,320, or 9.1%. Ambulance service contract, $777,000. That's an increase of $501,047, or 181.57%. Code enforcement, $109,244. That's a decrease of $1,212, or minus 1.9%. Health officer increase, $11,449, $100, or 0.8%. Welfare total budget, $72,514. That's a decrease of $1,391, or 1.9%. Public Works Administration, $305,284. That's an increase of $135,360, or 79.7%. Highways and Streets, $1,727,231. That's an increase of $217,153, or 14.4%. Bridges, $4,500, and that's a new budget item. Public Works Garage, $261,597. That's a decrease of $4,196 or 1.6%. Public Works Buildings and Grounds, $219,186. That's a $10,003 increase of 4.8%. Solid Waste, $1,201,580 for an increase of $23,377 or 2%. Next one is agencies. We got a decrease of $23,521. All the agencies that the town, citizens of the town give to support are all listed right here, along with the amount that they receive. We do have one new one, that's the Greater Wakefield Resource Center over in, they also provide meals to, the type of Meals on Wheels program over there, where you can actually go there and have a hot meal if you're from Wolfeboro. Okay, and that's a decrease of $23,521. Okay, Parks and Administration, $301,394, an increase of $26,113 or 9.45%. Parks Maintenance, $297,214, that's an increase of $7,025 or 2.4%. Beaches, $122,159, that's a decrease of $3,688 or 2.93%. Programs decrease, $10,820. The new budget item is $133,041. Okay, let's move on to Abenaki. $219,488, increase of $50,023 or 29.5%. Hockey rink, $109,790, that's an increase of $9,342. Community center, $11,012, that's a $3,538 increase of 47.3%. Doc's total budget, $17,982, excuse me. There's no change. Library, total budget of $660,147, increase of $50,915 or 8.4%. Conservation Commission, total budget $22,784. That's a $364 or 1.6% increase. Economic Development, $11,694. That's a decrease of $4,546 or minus 28%. Patriotic Purposes, that's the same as it was last year, $11,236. The fireworks budget, $17,400. That was an increase of $4,400. Living Museum, $27,488. That's a decrease of $20,373 or minus 42.6%. Clark House, $18,284. That's an increase of $5,592 or 44.1%. Debt service, $2,584,657. That's an increase of $473,660 or 22.4%. Intercompany transfer, total budget $594.55. Intercompany transfer decrease sewer debt $18,023 or minus 3.0%. Capital outlay budget is $167,051. That's an increase of $167,051. And then there's the list of everything on the capital outlay that we talked about in the first couple of slides that's going to be done this year. The tennis court, they originally wanted $85,000, I think it was, and we asked them to rebid it, and it came in at $47,000. The solid waste floor, that's going to finish up the transfer station cement floor that is sinking into the ground. Water department roof, that's maintenance. Water department doors, that's also maintenance. Sewer pumps, also maintenance. Okay. Water personnel administration, total budget $219,445. It's an increase of $86,442 or 65%. Water technology services, no increase at $5,400. Water distribution, $931,081. Water distribution increase, $95,848 or 11.5%. Water treatment plant, $686,488. That's an increase of $17,869 or 2.7%. Electric fund personal administration, $349,378. That's an increase of $74,960 or 27.3%. Electric fund technology, no increase at $3,000. Electric administration, $1,277,188. That's an increase of $187,754 or 17.2%. Electric distribution, $2,156,742. That's a decrease of $393,259 or minus 15.4%. Electric generation, $7,416,410. That's an increase of $663,934 or 9.83%. Okay, we'll move on to the sewer fund administration, $6,140. That's a decrease of $19,189 or minus 75.7%. Sewer fund technology, stagnant, no increase of $3,000. Sewer collections, $390,435. That's an increase of $28,273 or 7.8%. Wastewater treatment plant, $1,438,065. That's a $10,036 or 0.7% increase. Park Wheeling administration, $43,476. That's a decrease of $1,527 or minus 3.4%. Park Wheeling fund, $391,638. That's an increase of $28,332 or 7.8%. And I believe that's it. That's all I have for slides. Jim, do you have anything else?
Just a button-up slide that shows all-in increases again, John.
Okay. Yeah, again, just showing the estimated tax rate. Again, over to my left is what everything's going to cost. $619 for the budget, and you go all the way down through the ambulance-based service, Abenaki, tree removal, to come up with $7.65 or 92 cents, 13.67%. And then the breakdown for the cost of each particular home that you may own, $300,000, $450,000, $700,000, and $1 million. What do we have for questions?
Any questions at all on Article 9? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Betsy Andrews. Lot of questions. Anytime I saw a big jump, the page I'm on right now, Public's Work Administration, up by 79.7%. Why is the first question. Can you explain some of these huge jumps? And if they're contractual in salaries, benefits? I just think with our tax rate going up another 13.67%, a little bit more definition in some of this would have been appreciated. Just if some of these are raises, nobody's out there getting raises like this. So if it's more than that, tell us. What was the other one?
Why don't we try to get an answer?
Fire department?
Why don't we try to get an answer to that one first?
Okay.
If that would be best. So somebody like to answer that question?
Yeah, so regarding the Public Works Administration, previously that was broken out in a 60%, 20%, 20% to the general fund, the sewer fund, and the water fund. We've taken and removed it and put it all into Public Works Administration, and the administrative allocation that is paid for the water and sewer pays a significant amount of that salary to the tune of $82,000. Now, when I say that, that's all wages and benefits associated with the positions. So that administrative allocation was previously not used to capture the funding for the director's position.
Fire department, there's an increase of 5.2% for $114,972. Are those raises? Is that contractual? Is that a new position?
Who have an answer for that?
Chief, could you speak to the increases in your budget, please?
Hi. The short answer, as far as fire rescue budget, is that is primarily the addition of one position. If you remember, in the past few years, we have added a full-time firefighter 3 years ago, then 2 years ago. It was in last year's budget. The budget was defeated, so we've asked for that again, and that accounts for the vast majority of that 5%.
That is a request for the new position due to a population increase or a number of houses that you have to cover?
There's a little bit of that. It's primarily due to the increase in workload through calls and so forth.
Are you public safety too? Because that went up by 63.3%.
Building?
Public,
That's me too.
okay. Stay
The
right
short answer, new building, new requirements as far as maintenance, new systems like we have a stormwater management system that is buried under the parking lot now that we didn't have in the old building that requires annual maintenance. We have, frankly, our electrical use projection, our propane use projection are based on an engineer's estimate because we have no history with the new facility. There are some additional contracts for building cleaning and so forth because of the increase in size. They've gone up somewhat. But I think, again, it's primarily just the everyday operational costs of the building with a bigger facility.
Like Parks and Rec?
You could talk into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Parks and Rec, they went up by 9.45%. What is it? Because they bring in revenue, correct? So why is this in addition?
Who would like to field that one?
Bo, are you available to respond to that?
Just while he's coming up, for those of you that are standing in the back, it's perfectly fine if you don't mind standing. We do have chairs here, and they do have seats up above if you'd like to sit.
Okay.
Where's the 9%? Park admin budget? I think the park administration budget went up. I believe that's wages for the positions that were created for Abenaki.
It seems like more of a question than an answer.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a clear answer on that.
Which line?
It's the public admin line.
So this, from what I'm observing, it's wage adjustment for 4 employees, and I do believe that one of these employees came on the previous year and was removed as part of the default budget, I do believe. Casey, can you confirm any of that?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. So with the default budget last year, part of those wages were backed out in the 2024 operating budget, which makes the number look higher in 2025.
So does that mean because they were backed out of last year's budget, they're going for twice as much for
Nope.
this year?
Nope.
Okay. I hope not. So is Abenaki under the Parks and Rec? Because they jumped by almost 30% too. It looks like another salary, or it just says increase?
So the Abenaki ski area this past year had purchased, or lease purchased a new groomer, and that lease purchase is to the tune of about $24,000 a year. So that's part of that increase.
Part of the 219,488 number?
That's correct.
Okay. I guess my point is, when you're asking for such an increase in our tax rate, that we be given a little bit more definition, and maybe there's a place to go. I am 3 years into this town, so I haven't quite learned all the ins and outs, but if there's a way to see the budget a little bit more definitive, it would alleviate a lot of questions. It's just you're asking us to jump high with very little information.
Any further questions? I haven't forgotten you, so I thought we might have a few others before. Anybody else have any questions on Article 9? If not, Suzanne?
Yes, along the lines of the woman before me. Could I get some clarification on what's going on with town manager's proposed budget and the assistant town manager, and what you've done, how you funded it, and give us the numbers. I've got numbers here, but I don't trust my numbers. I took it from the budget book, which came out Wednesday, so it didn't give me much time to prepare. But what I see here is that money's been moved around to pay for that position. It's a new position. And it came from, it looks like it came from the engineer position. I guess it was $167,796 that you've used to fund the assistant town manager, and yet you've added to the budget $188,685 engineer and public works on page 17 of the budget. So we're up in a new position and keeping that money in that you used last year for this position and adding the engineer's position, keeping the money in there.
So we are keeping the engineering money there. We're actively trying to hire an engineer. We're not having any success with that, as we are as well with a planner. Regarding the assistant town manager, we have in the past had planners who doubled as an assistant town manager. Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Hausman, it was part of their job description as assistant town manager. When our finance director spoke to me earlier in 2024, she advised us that she was retiring. We made a conscious effort that we did not want to go through what we went through with some previous finance directors, and we had an opportunity to hire a finance director who could work under Casey, and we would assign Casey the role of assistant town manager until her retirement later this year. With that said, Casey oversees Sam in the finance department and ensures that Sam is being trained so that when Casey leaves, the finance function is operating efficiently, as opposed to not really sure what is going on, because it really is a niche market for a finance director in a municipality within the state of New Hampshire.
So this is temporary?
I would say that at this time we are actively looking at it, and we're continuing to look to try and hire an engineer, and we're continuing to try to look to hire a planner, and we're not having a whole lot of success with those items. With that said, part of the role of what Casey is doing as the assistant town manager is a lot of grant administration, which was previously done by the town engineer and the town planner, as well as looking at fees.
In response to your remark about we've had an assistant town manager with Hausman and
Matt Sullivan.
Matt Sullivan, I would say that was not a formal position. That was when the town manager had to leave for temporary purposes, with sickness or conferences and so forth, and they were asked to step in, and there was no formal budget line for a assistant town manager. And by the way, I'd like to see the job description for that new position.
You can see the job description for that, and I would say that it was absolutely within the job description for Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Hausman regarding the assistant town manager position.
Suzanne? Andy, can I ask Suzanne a question?
Sure.
Suzanne, can you give me the line item where you found the engineer on the extra 86,000?
So the answer was she did not have that handy.
So, is my mic on? May I speak?
Sure, you
So I
can help,
believe-
that would be great.
So I believe she's looking again to the Public Works section of the budget. Page 17 and 18 happens to be supervisory salaries. I believe that's where she's looking. However, that was explained that that is now the Public Works Director, the Operations Manager of Public Works. We are actively looking for the engineer, but the salaries have moved over to the executive budget.
Suzanne?
Well, while you were actively looking for an engineer to replace David Ford, you had that money and you decided to create, it's within your purview, but you decided to create a new position for an assistant town manager with a line, with a salary and benefits. And then you decided that you would keep that money also for a new engineer if he comes into play. And I will say again, it may have been in their job descriptions, but it wasn't a full-time line item salary. It was an interim sort of occasional, Rob Hausman would fill in if a town manager was at a convention. It wasn't like this is a 40-hour-a-week position. They're two different things. I was around when it happened.
Bobby?
Would this be a good time to introduce my motion?
Yes.
Okay, Bobby Budman. Moderator Walker has been given a secret ballot motion that has been signed and submitted. The motion is to decrease the proposed operating budget by $167,796 to zero out the position for an assistant town manager. The funds will be taken from account 01-41302-113 in the amount of $123,287. The remaining funds will be taken from a phone stipend benefits package and additional employee taxes.
All right, is there a second to that proposed amendment? All right, so it's been moved and seconded, so would you like to address your motion?
I think Suzanne kind of addressed some of it already. As we are well aware in this town, we have been a functioning town under one town manager. We have just added basically a second town manager. If we look at the budget and we look at account number 41302, our town manager salary is $126,890. This new position for the assistant town manager is $123,287. With benefits, that brings it up to $167,796. This is an added position that our town has functioned without since the inception of our town. Thank you.
So is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Rossiger and then Mr. Brown.
Claude Rossiger. Observing the tax increase which is proposed, which is brutal, how many people in this room are getting a 14% raise next year? No, we're not. So this is irresponsible. Now, structurally, I would like to address one point, which is the one of this motion, which is to zero out the assistant town manager position. Because I'm not talking about individuals, I'm not talking about personalities or persons, I'm talking about structurally. Structurally, when you see a call for assistant managers The managers are not doing their jobs. So we're now being suddenly faced with a wave of assistant managers. Where does this end? I'll tell you where it ends. It ends with a 13.67% increase. I think there's irresponsibility here. We're not looking at the structure. Again, there's nothing personal in my words. But that's what I would say as a manager. So I leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Good evening, Derek Brown. Again, this is really fascinating to me. I've never been to such a session, and it's pretty cool. Well, my question is more on a specific item I'm reading in the budget. They call legal expenses. Now, I don't know if it's okay to ask a question about that because it's part of this.
So you can absolutely ask the question, but not now.
Okay.
So what we're discussing is strictly the amendment that's been put on the floor regarding the assistant town manager. So after we discuss that and vote on it, you can come right back. So we won't forget you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Would anybody like to address Brody?
I have a question about what state RSA is? Is this RSA 40:4-A secret ballot? What RSA is this permitted under for SB2 town rules?
So all we're discussing at the moment is a proposed amendment. So do you have comments on the amendment?
No, but I have a point of order then.
Okay, so point of order is after, we're going to vote on this particular article by secret ballot. So we're not going to do a hand vote or a voice vote. By statute, if 5 people ask me to have a written ballot, which has occurred, we have to vote on this amendment in writing. So that's the answer. Do you have any comments on the amendment
No, I don't have
itself?
any comments. Thank
All
you.
right. Ma'am, do you have any further discussion on the article?
Hi, Lenore Clark. I just have a question, I guess. If this particular line item were to go away, what happens to Casey? Because she's very invaluable, and I think it's really important to keep her on while Sam is still learning the job. So would her position go away, or would we just find the money somewhere else? And I don't know if you even have an answer to that, since this is a on-the-floor amendment.
Really don't have the answer to that on the floor. We would have to do some budgetary research.
Okay, thank you. Just something to think about.
Mr. Harder.
I don't know, beg pardon, I don't know about the rest of the town, excuse me. I don't know about the rest of the people here in this room, but I'm somewhat confused about, 1, the motion itself, and 2, how it would affect the budget, and 3, how it would affect positions that are currently being staffed. I'd like to hear from Mr. McDonald, if he could discuss what would happen if we do indeed zero out this amount, where does it come from, and what the budgetary effects might be, and then perhaps from the town manager on what it actually would mean to the administration of the town. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Did a little research. There's about 20 communities, 20 to 22 in the state of New Hampshire that have assistant town managers. Excuse me. I would prefer that if we withdrew that motion and we cut the town engineer position, which would be $188,685. That way we still have Casey to help us out. She's so valuable to everyone in the community, all the department heads. I don't ever see us hiring an engineer. I don't see that happening. Every time we do a construction project, we always have to farm out the engineering work. So personally, I would rather get rid of the town engineer position for $188,685 and keep the assistant town manager for now. That's my personal opinion. You eliminate a position, the budget's going to go down. You'll have some savings on salary. You'll have some savings on health insurance, workman's comp, dental insurance, and all those other things. But I'm more inclined to eliminate the town engineer rather than the assistant town manager at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Diane Bolduc, is there anybody, perhaps from the Budget Committee, who could tell us what the impact would be on the actual tax rate increase if one or the other of those positions were eliminated? how much money would a $300,000 homeowner actually save compared to the budget as it's proposed?
Casey, do you have the, what is it, 2 cents, a cent for every 20,000?
A cent for every 25,000, so if you decrease the operating budget $167,796, it's 6.7 cents.
Did that answer your question, ma'am? I don't know where she went.
Almost, but in light of the hour, if somebody could do the math and tell me what that turns into for dollars on 300,000 or even on 100,000. If it's 0.7 cents per thousand.
So what is your actual question?
So if we eliminated either of those positions, that increase of $276 for a $300,000 home, what would it come down to? It would be reduced, but by how much?
By 7 cents.
By 7 cents?
So then it's 92 cent increase right now. It would be 7 cents less than that.
Okay.
So 300 times 7 cents is $21 savings.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? So
I'd just like to make a comment that we moved Casey into this role, not by a vote, but the board did. I'm sure the board can find the money and move Casey back into finance or move her into the engineer position or another position and find that money in the budget somewhere. But getting rid of this position is what is important because our town will continue to keep growing our administration. We now have a recreation department that has 3 directors when it used to have 1. All of our departments are growing. When we ask questions about why our planning has grown, well, now we have a director and 2 directors underneath them. We have recreation, a director and 2 directors. So all of our departments are growing. So at what point as citizens, and I don't want to see Casey out of a job, and she's retiring, as she said, and I'm sure from now to June when she retires, this board can find money from that position, that engineer position, to keep Casey's salary going. It's about moving forward and not having this line item in the future.
all right, Suzanne, and then we probably need to wrap this up. We're only on the second article of 30.
You may have to do something else here. If it helps anybody that's trying to make up their mind about this, the assistant town manager gets $67.74 per hour. That's what it breaks down to. If you put the town manager, assistant town manager, and the executive secretary together with wages and benefits, it comes to $420,228. It's a sizable, top-heavy amount. And can I see that paper about? And if this warrant article passes, the bottom line of the budget, the new amount would be $35,775,881.
I agree with your math. Last question, Mr. Hodder.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, in the light of the controversy, my conclusion would be to follow the direction and guidance of my budget committee rather than the suggestion of a citizen backed up by a couple of other citizens whose figures I haven't seen and whose logic I can't follow. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to decrease the budget by $167,796 to zero out the position for an assistant town manager. And as Suzanne accurately said, that would bring our budget down from $35,943,677 to $35,775,881. Now, we have to vote on this by a written ballot. You all have a piece of paper. So I'm going to ask that you come up, not as a group. I don't want anybody to move. And we're going to put it in this box, which I'm going to move over to here, and we're going to do it in sections. So everybody at the front table, all the budget committee, if you could start. There's pens up top here if you don't have your own, and you write either yes, you're in favor, or no, you're not. So everybody just hold tight. We'll do this front group right here.
just said that. Somebody just said, "Did we write yes or no?"
Yeah. Been paying attention.
All right, Budget Committee, let's go. You can vote yes if you're in favor, no if you're not. Put it right in here if you would. All right, you at this table here, all you check-in people, if you could be next, thank you.
You voting?
All right, if we could have the first half of this group here, take like the first 5 or 6 rows, and if you could come up.
When we were at the school district, we had polls open.
We had it in our budget is engineering.
Whatever, Brian.
Peter.
I would say Claude's probably going to
It's actually not a bad area. It's right on the ocean. It's right on the mid.
Just the way you talk.
I've been over there. Not when I No. It's good. We were over for Israel and Tel Aviv. I was in the
Maybe you and Paul, yes or no?
We're on the second one.
Those Indians.
For those of you that have voted, if you could please sit down, I greatly appreciate it. Come right up and move right back.
Oh, I guess
Thank
I'm
you.
going to look at it for slow. And these people do have much to say.
Hey, Matt Plaish.
Did you see my wife's
We've
back?
got changes of wording on the Route 28. Better take it. I saw that.
So we're going to move the box to the corner of this table just to speed things up. Matt, move that cell phone, please. Yep. We're going to speed it up a little bit. As soon as you voted, if you could go back and sit, that would be greatly appreciated.
Chaos, yes. We looked at that one and said, no way.
She's very
No way.
What they're doing, they're very
Yes. The fact that 2 different budgets have one in 18 months is not just. The district had to leave the polls open for an hour. And people from the LA.
All right, if we could have the first group over here, if you could come up and vote, and please exit this way so we can keep a good flow going, that would be greatly appreciated.
And I think we were in SB2 at the town at the time.
Oh, okay. I know.
Schools have slightly different rules. That's probably right, because it was definitely at the school where we had to keep it open for an hour.
If the people in the upper deck, you want to come down and vote? Hey, Ron and Sarah, you want to come down and vote? Is there anybody left to vote? Okay.
Oh, we did get
By a number.
We're on the second. So we made it to 2 articles and 1 system.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I told him bring the records.
Yeah. Keep it short.
She did. He's got to be, well, I think the baby may be 6 months. Yeah, definitely looks like a name.
Good. I mean,
Is there anybody left that needs to vote?
I was sick.
Okay.
My wife gets sick.
It's amazing. Their germs are unbelievable.
The middle son actually walked back.
Wow.
What do you think about this? That's actually good. Just give you a seat.
All right, so we're going to continue the meeting while these ballots are being counted on that amendment. Is there any further discussion on Article 9? If you want to say something,
I'm sorry, just to clarify, while this motion, until it's decided, can we make a new motion because it technically has
you
been
absolutely
voted on?
can. So if you'd like to make your second one.
I would like to make a second motion, and this can just be done by obviously by a hand vote. The report for Pop Whalen on 1/22/25 at the Select Board meeting indicated that we had used 167 hours of time. If we use the highest rate of 250, not even the lower rate of 225, that means our town bought ice time of $41,750. Now, the town is asking for $109,790 for 457 hours. But again, only 167 hours were used. So I would like a motion to decrease line item 0145205830 in the operating budget by $68,040, the amount of ice time that the citizens purchased but will not be utilizing.
All right, is there a second for that? All right, I did not have that, so do you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll write it down and give it to you afterwards. Is that okay, or do you need?
I'm going to need it to read it.
Oh.
I wrote down quickly what you said.
Okay, it is a motion to decrease line item 0145205830 in the operating budget by $68,040. So that is essentially what I'm asking for, is I'm asking to remove $68,000 from the budget because the citizens of Wolfeboro did not use the ice time that we are purchasing. We're being taxed for ice time, but we're not using the ice time.
All right, just a comment, if anyone has any further amendments, I'd like to get it in writing before you come to the microphone. Is there any discussion on this proposed amendment? No discussion. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, say no.
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 I believe the noes have it, unless someone would like a hand count. Is there any further discussion then? Sure.
I'm just hearing some voices potentially from, we just need to clarify that only people who are voters in the room may vote.
Correct. We said that at the very beginning. Yeah. So just to double check, those that are in favor, hold up your cards. And put those down, and those are opposed. Closer than I thought. We're going to count that. So those that are in favor, hold them up. And Brad, if you could count the left side over here, and I'll count this side and the front. So, in the top. So we got 1.
Oh.
So hold them right up high if you have them. So 1, 2,
Yeah, breakfast here.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
I'll be late for my
16,
bus run.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, you're good there. How about at the front? Okay. Steve, thank you. And then you're getting over there, right?
He's not putting hers up high enough, so you can't count it.
Keep those up for me, please.
Yeah.
You keep dropping on me, so.
Yeah, we can't count them unless you go like this, because if you put it down low, it's behind somebody's head.
These are yeses.
Yes.
Yeses.
He's over here. 24, because he's over here, he's got it low. 24.
22.
When did you get, Brad?
24.
Okay,
Thank
those
you.
that are opposed, hold up your hand. All right, so I got you at the top. 18. Everybody here can go down. 19. 21. Thank you.
You get that section there.
I didn't count it.
Seven? I had 27. And then these guys here.
26.
Okay, you had 26. I had 26.
What did you get?
Total there.
Plus the,
26.
You count
26
us,
over there, then plus the
and you catch up.
2 boards.
Eight of the budget committee. 6 here, so putting it as 32. 8 down there.
How many?
6.
8 down there.
6 up here.
Putting them in here is 32.
So the vote was 52 in favor and 53 against. Because that is so close, we're going to do it one more time to make sure we get it right. We're going to do it a little differently. In the front, let's do yours. Yeses.
No, yes.
The Budget Committee. We have Steve? All right, so you got 1. So yes there. How about over here? 2, thank you. How about over here? All right, so this group right here, yes. All right, what I want you to do is put your hands up, and when I count you, I want you to put your hand down. So these 2, there's 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so you're 3, 13, 14, 15, no, you're good, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Claude, you're down. 27, 8, 9. 30, 31, 2, 3. So we got 33 there. Upper deck, any in favor? Got 1. Now on this side, everybody up. And someone else can count with me if they like to. So we have the first 3. I have that, so you can go down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, you 3. Tom is 14. 15, 16, you 2. 17, 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Went up. 25 moved there. That's the only way it works.
So that's 36 to 28. That's a big difference, isn't it? But I do declare that that amendment passed using that system. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Say again? Oh. Very good, thank you. Yeah. So now we'll do the nose. So that was 64. I thought I was on a roll. All right, so for the nose, we have 2, 4, 6 up here. And then down here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Budget Committee. Over here, we have 1, 2, 3. Upper deck, we have 1.
2.
2, oh, thank you, 2 up there. And now this group. These are all no's. So 1, 2, 3, you can go down. 4, you can go down. 5, you can go down. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, don't, no. Those 3 can go down, that's 13. 3 more is 16. 2 more is 18. Now on this side, the front row, 2 down. Ruth, you can put you, there you go. Brenda, 3, 4, 5, so you're good. You 3 is 6. 2 more is 8. 3 there is 11. 3 over here is 14. The lady can be 15, you can be 16. 17, I think, is Rob in the back. Those 2 can go down. That lady in the back is 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3. Let's see what that took us.
She just had somebody walk. It was easier to count.
18,
Yeah, but some people can't walk and count. I just did a double check.
We had 64 yes and 59 no. So each time it has failed 3 different ways.
Yes is 1.
If somebody has a question, they can come up to the microphone.
Yeah, my question is, you said 64 yes versus 59 no.
Oh, yes, sorry.
So does it pass?
It did pass. 64 yes, 59 no.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't vote for it, but.
Yes. All right.
Andy's math is too good.
So 64, 59. Is there any further discussion on Article 9? And I can announce the results. For the proposed amendment, there were 75 yeses, 55 noes, so the proposed amendment passed. So our budget went, with the written vote, it went down to $35,775,881. And then, Bobby, your second one, 64, 64. will bring the budget down another $68,040, and I don't know what that totals, but we'll have to get that number. Somebody can do that math for me. Is there any further discussion?
By golly, I got another one. Let's stick with the budget here. So as many people in this room know or don't know, we have a fund that is called our unassigned fund balance. And when we vote on things and they tax us and they don't fulfill those things, it sort of goes into a little fund. As of the last select board meeting, there was $3.2 million in that fund. They can use that fund to buy down our tax rate. So I am about to make a motion of $1 million to buy down our tax rate with our own $3.2 million we have. So here's my motion. Article 9, shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein totaling, and our new number will go there. So here's the added part. To authorize funds in the amount of $1 million from the town's unassigned fund balance to be appropriated for the 2025 operating budget. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be the $33,650,063, which is the same as last year's operating budget, with certain adjustment required by previous action of the town by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40, Chapter 13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of the revised operating budget only.
All right, is there a second to that? Second. All right. So is there any discussion on that? And what she just did, basically, if you look up on the screen, you see a $35 million number, 943,677. By the last two amendments, that has been reduced to $35,707,841. And immediately after that new number, Bobby proposes to add a single sentence to authorize funds in the amount of $1 million from the town's unassigned fund balance to be appropriated for the 2025 operating budget. And then it would just continue on. So you're trying to put a single sentence in there. Would you like to speak to your motion as to why you're trying to do that?
But everything else is.
What, Suzanne, would you like to speak to it?
Question. The unassigned fund balance is hard to find as to what we actually have currently, because when they set the tax rate, that's when they get that number. But in the past, twice, we have voted 2-1 to use the unassigned fund balance to reduce the taxes, and it's not being done. In the past, we used $700,000 for road upgrades. That was in 24, 23. We used $850,000 for road. In 22, we used warrant article 25, $1,300,000 of the unassigned fund balance for whatever article 25 was. So at any rate, the fund balance, the last number that I had was in 23, we had $4,235,000 and change. And the unassigned fund balance ending that year was $302,237. I do not know what the unassigned fund balance is, the starting number is for 24. I can't find it. And I do find that the unassigned fund balance, according to RSA 4195, should be posted at the annual meeting. Should either be published in the town report or posted in the annual meeting. We posted in the town report, hindsight, what we have at that time, but we don't have a number going forward. So can we get a number for what we have currently in the unassigned fund balance?
So The unassigned fund balance is set when the auditors come through. As of the end of 2023, the fund balance was $3,694,000. $3,006,943 as outlined on page 20 of the audit report.
Randy?
Linda?
Yes, in warrant article 23 in 2024 read, to see if the town will vote to reconfirm the 2002 warrant article 16 surplus policy. Each year, the town should reduce the surplus, the general fund unassigned fund balance carried over from the prior year to an amount no greater than 10% of the operating budget voted the current year by applying the excess of the fund balance to reduce taxes, and further said amount to reduce taxes shall be reaffirmed, disclosed, and voted by the Board of Selectmen at a regular meeting. Our unassigned fund balance is 10%, as this warrant article had asked us to do. And we do not know what the 2024 unassigned fund balance is until we get the audit. When we had the issue with Pop Whalen, we said we would no longer apply our unassigned fund balances to warrant articles, but we would apply it to the tax rate. So when that happens in November, October, November, that is the time the board, if we have more than the 10%, we will then apply that unassigned fund balance to the taxes. Our unassigned fund balance is really our working capital. So when as with a POP, when the expenses came in, before the revenue came in, you use that, just like anybody else if in a company if you have receivables. So we were just following what you told us to do at the last election.
Brody?
Yeah, I want to speak to this briefly. So you answered some of my questions already, Linda. One was, what percentage of the budget can the town retain at the end of the annual fiscal year? 10%. So that's important to know. And then what's the benefit of keeping these dollars? And I do have an additional question that if you could clarify, and then I have some comments. And does the governing body need permission from the legislative body, so the voters, in order to expend money from the unassigned fund balance?
Well, I think it's more of a working fund.
They will not. They do not need that authorization when they're setting the tax rate. If they're going to use it for anything else other than reducing the tax rate when that is set, then yes, they need authorization from the legislative body.
Got it. So you guys talk to DRA, Department of Revenue Administration, let them know how much you're going to decrease the tax rate that impacts the amount of revenue that needs to be raised from the taxpayers. Okay. I just want to point out two things. One is when communities don't carry over some leftover money from revenues they collected from the taxpayers and from their operating, and when they hit the end of the year at zero, before they get those revenues, when the tax bills go out, they'll go out in June, they have to go get a tax anticipation note. Tax anticipation note covers their costs and the ability of the governing body and the town to administrate itself and to pay its bills. That comes with interest. By voting for this, you are essentially voting to increase interest on yourselves as taxpayers. So that's the downside. They've raised taxes and they're essentially using any excess from being fiscally responsible, making sure that they're not spending all of their money and ending the year on fumes, and making sure that they can save some of that money into the next annual fiscal year so they don't need a tax anticipation note, which right now the rates are not very favorable. 10 years ago, you might be a municipality and say, 2, 3%, who cares? Now, when you're going out at 5, 6, 7%, it's an impact. And especially when we're talking a $30 million budget in the first half of the year, we're talking $10 million, right? About a third of it that we're going to need to go out for a tax anticipation note and pay interest on. So you're not really saving money. I'll also point out it's not the best fiscal practice to buy down your tax rate by $1 million in 1 year, because you're artificially deflating the tax rate. right? It's not accurate of what your government spending is, and it's almost misleading to the taxpayers because you're making it seem like, oh, look, your tax rate and our spending isn't going up that much. When municipalities do that, then they run out of this unassigned fund balance. What ends up happening is your tax rate spikes. So you get a great sugar rush for 2 or 3 years while you're spending it like a drunk sailor. But when you're done and the tax rate actually evens out and ends up becoming what it's accurate and what the actual spending of the town is, that's when you actually get hit, and then we go into default for multiple years, and then we go into austerity. And believe me, you know, we went to one default budget, it was a struggle. Talk to the town of Londonderry, that's in 11 default budgets in a row. Usually they can't even fund their fire department. They're $500,000 in the hole based on what they think that they need for spending, just for their fire department. So really think twice about this if you really want the sugar high to decrease your tax bill for $100 1 year.
Isn't this what the county did
So I'll now
with their
recognize
budget?
Brian.
Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
So isn't this what the county did with their budget? They did the same thing, used their surplus budget to pay down their expenses and not pass off the cost to us in Wolfeboro, and then this year we got hit, last year and this year, with a huge bill from the county because they spent all their reserves.
It was 27%.
And it said, I think he's right, 27%. New Hampshire municipalities should maintain an unassigned fund balance of 5 to 17% of their general fund operating revenues. This recommendation comes from New Hampshire DRA and the New Hampshire Governor Finance Officers Association. So if we're at between 5 and 17, we're doing what the state expects of us.
Yeah, you're right. The median, about 10. So $36 million operating budget, reserve at $3.6 million, carries us over so we don't need a TAN note and to pay interest on government spending. I couldn't think of a worse thing to spend interest on than government spending personally as a taxpayer. But that's just me. So the rest of you, make your decision.
Any further discussion? Suzanne?
School budget. School budget is totally different than town municipal budget as far as unexpended fund balance. School has to turn money back, we don't. We passed a warrant article that says we shall keep up to 5 or 10%. That was sanctioned by the DRA. We're not doing that. I don't know whether I agree with this amendment or not, but what I'm saying is for transparency purposes, we should have the fund balance available to us, estimated. If they can give us all the other estimated figures, we should have that estimated figure. And the number that I have that we were left with in '23 was $3,002,237. So if we took $1 million out of that, I don't know, calculation, if we would still have 10% left. Because we don't know what, we don't know even, I know they could estimate it. I know they could. They estimate what we have for revenues, what we have for expenditures, what we have for a budget, what we have, you name it, they can estimate it. But nobody seems to want to come up with a number. So all I'm saying, for transparency purposes, and they just adopted the policy this year that says the fund balance, this is a Board of Selectmen, this is their policy, the Board of Selectmen may appropriate any amount of unrestricted fund balance more than the minimum balance to offset property taxes as part of the final adopted budget for fiscal year. The board may appropriate unrestricted fund balance. So that they've made the policy, but they haven't followed it. And they've made the people have voted on this twice to use that not for a fire truck, not for roads. I was asleep at the switch when we allowed that to be unfunded fund balance for the $1.2 million for roads. I must have been sleeping on that one. But if nothing else, I think the point tonight is send the message to the selectmen, stop using the fund balance for expenditures and use it to offset the tax rate.
You can't use it for...
I want to just point out a simple fact, which is school districts operate on state fiscal year, regular fiscal year, so starting July 1. Town's fiscal year start on January 1. So We return, but that's because we could go to the taxpayers in a warrant article and ask them to
If
let
you
us
could
carry
direct
over a
your
higher
attention
percentage.
up to me.
Sorry.
That
We
would be
can,
helpful.
school districts in New Hampshire, if approved by the legislative body, so the voters, are allowed to carry over their unreserved fund balance. Our school district has chosen not to because we don't have to go for a TAN note because all the towns collect the revenues before our next fiscal year starts in July. Now, towns, they get their revenues, but they really trickle in over the first month or two because their tax bills go out in December. So operationally, they're completely different. So to compare the two is unfair. And I still think asking the town, restricting the town's ability to save this money so then it can take care of its bills at the beginning of its fiscal year is irresponsible. I'll make a motion to call the question.
We'll do, so I'm okay with that, but she was in line, so we'll let you finish
So
off.
I think a number needs to be clarified here. We're all working off of that $35 million amount up there. The problem is that is technically not the budget. We have an $11 million electric enterprise fund. So you take that amount, you take the 11 million out of it, and even us buying down our tax rate with this million still keeps us at that 10%, because you cannot take that enterprise fund when we're talking about this budget. So let's take the 11 million out and go from there.
Randy?
All right, so the question has been called, which is to terminate debate.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Randy?
Okay?
Randy? If I can go back to the Warren article, it reads 10% of the operating budget. We're following what you asked us to do last year, of the operating budget. It doesn't say of the general fund, it says of the 10% of
Would
the
you read
operating.
that correctly?
Wait a minute.
It says up to.
Wait. I didn't acknowledge you yet. You finished?
If she would like me to read the whole thing again, I will.
No.
Okay?
I just would like to clarify that it says up to in there. So that is a very important phrase. But again, without that enterprise fund, which I go to the budget hearings, and I know over and over and over at the budget hearings and at all the meetings, you guys push, take that 11 million out. That's our enterprise fund. We don't count that.
But it is part of the operating budget. That is the wording. It's part of the enterprise fund, and that total amount is part of the operating budget. You're talking about the general fund, and that is not how this is written.
So it is 8:40. We're on the second one of 30. Would someone love to call the question again? Thank you. Is there a second? Second. So all those in favor of terminating debate on this proposed amendment, please say aye. Aye. All is opposed. So we will terminate debate on the amendment, and we will now vote on it. And the amendment that we're going to vote on is to add one sentence after that $35 million number, which has been slightly adjusted. And that sentence would read, to authorize funds in the amount of $1 million from the town's unassigned fund balance be appropriated for the 2025 operating budget. So all those in favor of that proposed amendment, please say aye. Aye. All's opposed?
No.
So I believe that the noes have it. Is there any further discussion on Article 9?
What was that? 8 and 9?
Can you go to the microphone because I can't pick it up? What you said? Whoever, use the microphone.
We can't hear you, Suzanne.
Suze.
Is there any further discussion on Article 9? Do you have further discussion on Article 9?
No, I didn't think there was. That's why I hollered out restrict reconsideration.
Yeah, we
Thought
have it-
we were done.
All right, so there being no further discussion on Article 9, it will appear as read on the ballot. And now it's been moved to restrict reconsideration so that we will not discuss Article 9 again tonight. Is there a second to that? And all those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article, how about 8 and 9?
8 and 9?
8 and 9. All right, aye, all's opposed. All right, so we will not reconsider Articles 8 or 9 this evening, and Article 9, as amended, will appear on the budget. So now we will move on to Article 10. Are you in favor of the Town of Wolfeboro establishing a fire department-based 911 ambulance service to become effective Jan 1 of 2027 is outlined below. The program will authorize funding through separate warrant articles in 2025 and 2026. All funds outlined will be above and beyond the current fire department budget and staffing as proposed in 2025. Expenses for 2025 are $816,223, as outlined in the 2025 warrant article number 11. Expenses for 2026 are estimated at $1.402905 million, which includes staffing costs as outlined in the 2025 warrant article 11. Funding to purchase a new fully equipped ambulance, hiring 3 additional employees, which include wages, benefits, and required equipment. These actions will place the Town of Wolfeboro in a position to provide fire department-based 911 ambulance services effective January 1 of 2027. Expenses for 2027 are estimated at $1,105,559. These funds, combined with existing fire department budgets and staffing, will provide the Town of Wolfeboro with 3 management employees, 18 full-time employees, and 2 fully operational ambulances. Further, effective Jan 1 of 2027, the Town of Wolfeboro will no longer contract with a privately operated ambulance service, which in 2025 is budgeted. It is unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and the Budget Committee, and it's been moved by Brian DeShays. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a second, so Brian, why don't you start us off on Article 10?
Okay, here we go, brief. 72% of the municipalities in the state of New Hampshire currently use a fire-based ambulance service for their people. That's because the private companies are going out of business because their model doesn't make them money anymore. So it is very important, I believe, that the town becomes autonomous and has our own fire-based ambulance service. Chief Zotti is going to speak on this, and there's a nice presentation you'll be seeing.
Chief?
It's too long.
I'm Dr. Ray Stolarski. I was the chair of the ad hoc ambulance committee, and the list of members are listed on this slide. For sake of time, we'll just continue on to the next slide. The ad hoc committee was formed to make a determination what was the best thing for the town of Wolfeboro, to have a fire-based ambulance service or continue a contracted 911 ambulance service.
To explain a little bit about how we got to where we are today, in early 2023, I approached the management of Stewart's Ambulance, our current contractor, about the possibility of renewing the then existing contract, which was allowed in the contract. At that time, Stewart's communicated to the town that they weren't interested in renewing the contract, which prompted the town to issue a request for proposals. You may remember that in the summer of 2023, we received proposals from 2 private ambulance companies, and with the very large numbers they proposed, the Fire Department administration, along with the town manager, began to work on a proposal to retain the emergency 911 transport in-house. We worked through the fall of 2023 and had numerous meetings with the board. The board elected to create this ad hoc committee and also contracted with MRI, Municipal Resources Incorporated, to take a look at this whole situation. And in a nutshell, both groups reached the same conclusion, that this should be operated in the future by the Fire Rescue Department going forward. Around the state of the state, if you will, frankly, is a problem. You may be aware, if you follow the news, for example, Lincoln and Woodstock, a company known as Linwood Ambulance, recently approached both communities with a significant increase in their requested fees from each community in order to be able to continue operation. The City of Berlin, when presented with a significantly increased fee from their long-term private contractor, is now in the process of transitioning to a fire-based emergency transport. In the Keene area, private company Deluzio Ambulance closed on fairly short notice, and those communities were in a bit of a scramble to provide the service. Last fall, you may have seen on the news the Exeter Hospital paramedic program. Exeter Hospital announced it was going to discontinue that. It created, as you might imagine, a bit of an uproar. The Attorney General's office became involved, and the most recent iteration that I'm aware of is one of the communities is trying to resurrect that service as a municipally operated service. So the point here, I think, is that the trend is not in our favor as far as the private companies are going. I do want to point out Stewart's has been a terrific partner with us for a number of years and is assisting us in this endeavor. And I wouldn't want to create the impression that we had any specific concerns about the level of care or the company or anything like that. They have elected to pursue a different direction. A study in the last year or so by the New Hampshire Ambulance Association shows 68% of their members feel that the inadequate Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements resulted in essentially a crisis in not being able to cover the cost of the operations. This means higher fees to the communities to offset that loss. The committee, going forward, felt that to avoid putting the town of Wolfeboro in a position of having to either change contractors or losing a contractor on short notice, it was most appropriate to develop a program to do this internally. And that's essentially what we put before you today. Census data shows approximately 33% of the year-round population of the town of Wolfeboro is age 65 plus. And I don't think it's a secret that as we age, we tend to be in a position to require more of these services.
The committee, having met for approximately 20 weeks, came up with the following findings: that a fire-based ambulance service starting out in 2025 was the most essential for this town. What that consists of is a ramp up of over 2 years. The approval of the 2025 financials at this town meeting in March of 2025 would start us off. The first thing that we would do is hire a deputy chief sometime around April 1st of this year, adding staff by July 1 to operate at a minimum of 4 on duty. We began operations of 1 ambulance in late of this year and approved the 2026 financials March of next year, adding remaining staff by July 1 of next year. Operations would then ramp up to a minimum of 5 on duty, and our second ambulance would go into effect late 2026, commencing with the fire department taking over complete service as of January 1, 2027, and Stewart stepping away at that point in time. The financial impact to the town in 2025, we're going to hire an EMS deputy chief as of April 1st. This is essentially to get this off the ground because that individual will be third in command in the department, as well as being the leader of EMS and structuring everything under the EMS umbrella in order to get the 2 squads up to service, meeting state requirements both in equipment and licensing, as well as training all the employees. We'll have 3 new employees with a potential start date of July 1. We'd also have the purchase of a car for the deputy chief and the purchase of a fully equipped used ambulance at that point in time. That would be our first ambulance within the fire department. Additional operating funds for the above for 2025 would be $816,223.
Moving forward to 2026, the cost would reflect the full year of that deputy chief of EMS position and the full year of the 3 employees just discussed. In 2026, we propose to add an additional 3 employees with a start date of approximately July 1st. We propose to purchase a fully equipped new ambulance. I would note we have applied for a federal grant to offset the cost of that ambulance. It will be a number of months before we learn of whether that grant has been successful or not. And also the number includes the additional operating funds for those personnel for a total of $1,402,905. In 2027, again, in the interest of being as transparent as we can, the numbers include the full year of all those positions and the full year of the operating funds in support of the above. In 2027, the financial impact to the town, should this project move forward, would be $1,105,566. And we would note that in 2027 is when we would start to see a revenue stream based on the billing for the ambulance. The committee estimates that revenue stream at approximately $350,000, which puts us at a net of approximately $770,000, I believe, for 2027.
The critical success factors in order to this come to play would be optimal pre-hospital care for the citizens and visitors. This is a transitional approach that lasts a period of 2 years where Stewart's and the fire department work together to, as the fire department increases its workload, Stewart's decreases theirs at the same time. We have improved resources and safety across all services because at that point in time, every member of the fire department will be cross-trained as EMS. Some are already, but this will be expanded. Whereas right now, those from Stewart's have no fire department function whatsoever, and thus we'll have a greater overall financial value throughout all of this. So the financial impact to the town and our recommendations from the ad hoc committee were that we should take over the fire-based ambulance service through the articles that are before you tonight. This is a phased-in approach. It includes the hiring of the deputy chief of EMS, including 6 personnel that operate with a minimum staffing of 5 line personnel on duty around the clock. And the ad hoc committee encourages the town, which they are already doing, to avail themselves to any grant funding to help with the resources of this. And we will continue to look for other features. Also, if you note on there, there is also from the union a letter that they endorse this additional approach to take on the duties as fire and EMS through the 2 ambulance squad system as of January 1 of 2027.
And finally, in graphic form, the impact we've put before you, we're proposing to push this out just so for transparency purposes. The proposal that will be before you in the next warrant article is the $816,223,000 for fire rescue operation. And you can see the numbers going forward. Stewart's current contract, and you'll note the asterisk maximum cost. In 2025, the contract is a maximum of $777,000. That rises to $808,800 in 2026. And the reason we point out that that's a maximum cost is because the contract as it's written today allows the town to renegotiate the fee downward to reflect operation of one ambulance if and when this project moves forward, and we were able to put that first ambulance in service. So in the interest of transparency, we've indicated the potential maximum cost. The request for proposals that I mentioned earlier, the numbers that came back from Action Ambulance were $1.5 million in 2025, slightly more than that in 2026, and $1.6 million in 27. Brewster Ambulance, another private vendor, proposed $927,000. Again, both very similar, 2 ambulances housed in Wolfeboro. $954,826 and $983,027. The fire rescue proposal, again, going out to 27 is when we would see that beginnings of the revenue stream. And if we do the math, that nets out to a cost in 2027 for fire rescue operation to $755,566.
Are there any questions regarding Article 10, which is a non-binding referendum? Bobby?
I just have one quick question, and it includes Warrant Article 11. If Warrant Article 11 passes, but we don't pass 10, what will happen?
My understanding, Article 10 says it's non-binding. So if we it's informational. It's to be transparent. So if they vote no on 10 and yes on 11, we go forward.
But does 11 give us permission to run the fire department like 10 does?
It allows us to buy that first year. It only gives us permission for that first year. Number 10 doesn't give us permission for anything. Next year, there will be another warrant article for the money, similar to what you have here in number 11.
Okay, so even if they say no on 10, but vote yes on 11, we proceed.
With that first purchase of that first ambulance and the staffing of that, and that's it.
Okay.
And then next year, there'll be another one to do the 2026 figures.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I think it might help. The plan to put this forward as two separate articles, with one being a non-binding referendum, I think comes back to the advice of DRA and town council that we couldn't do this in a single article and raise money over multiple years. So the Board of Selectmen, the committee, the Budget Committee felt, in the interest of being as transparent as possible, we lay it out over the 2 to 3 year build out, if you will, just to put it all on the table and everybody sees what's out there and what we project for expenses and what we project for revenues and so forth. I understand by law, there are very few categories of article where you can raise money over multiple years that isn't a bond issue and so forth. And that goes down a road that I'll defer to Mr. Fennessy on. But so that was, I think, the intent of presenting this in two separate articles.
Is there any further discussion on Article 10? Maggie?
Thank you. I'm just thinking about the new fire station that we built, and does that include space to accommodate these 2 new ambulances and the additional staff? Or will they be coming back to ask for garaging and additional space?
The short answer is yes. The new facility has adequate room for 2 ambulances and the additional personnel that's contemplated here.
Any further discussion on Article 10? So jump right up, Scott. I'm going to try to move this along. Nope, you got to come up to the microphone. And if anybody else would like to speak, please line up, because after Scott, I'm going to cut it right off.
I just got a question. So does the town benefit, like the people from the town that live here, that pay taxes, if somebody, say if I was you had to come to my house because someone from the town had a heart attack. You call an ambulance, the ambulance we have now, do they charge for that now? You have to pay them? And if it changes to the fire department, is that included in our taxes?
Good question. What's the answer?
No. Yeah, what's the answer? Thank you.
I guess I'll take that. The short answer is this would be similar to the setup we have currently. There would be a bill for services for somebody who uses the services of the ambulance. The rates would be set by the Board of Selectmen after presumably hearings and so forth. But yes, in the interest of putting it all on the table, there would be a fee associated with the transport.
So the shorter answer was yes and yes. Brody?
Yep, I have two questions for you, Chief, and for the committee. My first one is, have you guys anticipated who will pay for the unpaid bill balances or the unpaid, what's called balance bills when insurance doesn't cover the full cost for folks? And would you anticipate how much in revenue this would create and offsetting for services provided to Medicare, Medicaid, and those with private insurance when they need to use the service? Thank you.
I think I can take that on. The short answer, and I'll try to make it short, is yes, that's obviously been considered. Again, the rates would be set by the Board of Selectmen in terms of actual collections and so forth. We would contract with a billing company to provide those services, and they charge, generally speaking, a percentage of the money collected to do that. The numbers you see in front of you are net of that. So that $350,000 would be after any fees associated with collection. At the end of the day, the policy on how aggressive the town chooses to be is what I think Brody's question is going to, would rest with the Board of Selectmen and how we set this up moving forward.
Any further discussion on Article 10? Seeing none, I declare the article will appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 11. To raise and appropriate $816,223 to establish a fire-based ambulance service for the town of Wolfeboro. To authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, and/or other aid, grants, and donations, if any, which may be available for said projects that may reduce the appropriate sum of $816,223 and to comply with all laws applicable, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to take any other actions or to pass any other vote relative thereto, and to authorize the town manager to sign any relating documents. The plan is to transition away from the current contracted ambulance service. The first year of the plan is to hire a deputy chief/paramedic with all benefits as of April 1, 2025 for $124,785. To hire 3 firefighters/EMS personnel as of July 1, 2025 for $228,605. Operating expenses for the above 4 new hires will be $93,833. To purchase a vehicle for the deputy chief/paramedic for $75,000. To purchase a fully equipped used ambulance, $294,000. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 is 33 cents per thousand. This is unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen as well as the Budget Committee. And Brian, are you going to start us off on this?
It would just be
It's
quick.
been moved and seconded.
Yeah.
All right, moved, seconded. Thank you. Brian, you're up.
So this warrant article appropriates the money for the first year of operation of the ambulance service, and the chief and the chair of the board, the committee, will explain more.
Sure. Again, to follow up on the previous article, which I would describe as the conceptual non-binding referendum, Article 11, which we speak of now, actually raises the money for the first year of the project. No change from what we previously discussed. It would include the deputy chief of EMS position and 3 additional firefighters. We would purchase a used ambulance and an intercept vehicle for primarily for the deputy chief of EMS. Once we get to the point where the staff is hired and onboarded, we would get the ambulance licensed by the state of New Hampshire and be ready to move forward. And at that point, we would talk to our current contractor, Stewart's, about renegotiating their contract downward to reflect our operation of the municipal ambulance, presumably sometime in the fall of this year if this is successful.
Any further discussion or questions on Article 11? Seeing none, we got one. So let's line right up as we go. Bobby?
I'm just curious if in the second year this doesn't pass. You do it for 1 year and it doesn't pass. Does that $816,000, will that just end up in the default budget? So we would carry that $816 forward if a warrant article doesn't pass a year from now?
If the
first warrant article passes this year in 2025, those individuals would become full-time employees with the town, and that would become part of the 2026, 2027, and ongoing budgets. We would have an ambulance in place. I think there would be conversations that we would have to have with our existing contractor, looking at our staffing levels to determine if we can back down from one or two contracted ambulances for the town to one, and the town operates the backup. If that second warrant article gets voted down, there's going to have to be discussions about what that plan looks like going forward.
But will that stay in a default budget, that 816?
See, because this is coming from a warrant article, and I think what you're pointing at, I don't think it would.
No.
Because the default budget would not have it in. So, no, it would not.
Would it behoove us and be advantageous to put 2 years into this warrant article and adjust this warrant article?
We can't do that.
You can't.
That's why we did it this way.
Okay, okay,
Can't
thank you.
appropriate for the next year.
Any further discussion? Seeing nobody else up at the microphone, I'm going to declare that Article 11, as appears, as I read it, will appear on the ballot. We'll move on to Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of upgrading and engineering town roads and drainage systems. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32:76 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon the completion of the project, whichever first occurs. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 is 36 cents per assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, the Budget Committee, and it's been moved by Paul O'Brien. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Paul, you want to start us off?
Thanks, Randy. Y'all hear me? So this is the annual highway budget. This does not contemplate funds to be set aside for the stuff that happens in the summertime and roads. That's a maintenance discussion. That's over on the side. What Steve is going to tell us, this has a bill of materials of the roads that are going to be worked on should you approve this budget this coming year. So with that, I'll park my thoughts and comments and let Steve explain to you what's going on here.
Good evening, Steve Randall, Director of Public Works again. 67 miles of town roads. A lot of them are still in disrepair. We have a lot of drainage work to do and a lot of paving. So we have a list. I believe it's the next slide, Jim. So we're going to do, there we go. So we have a list of the roads we proposed for next year, along with some parking lots. The ones out here on both sides of this building, the Union Street that has some lovely dips in it. A few years back, we rebuilt the Maplewood subdivision that had all rebuilt underneath drainage and only has a binder course on it. So that needs to get top coated, so that'll all get done this year. That's Partridge, Maplewood, Berrywood, Jiminy, Deer Run, and Chipmunk take up that section. There's a couple sections on Sewell Road that need to be reclaimed, and then the base raised up with new gravel and new base pave. Point Sewell is also on the section for this year. That is very spiderwebbed and in very bad, poor shape. We have a few sections on Beach Pond that we want to redo and pave. Middleton Road, we're going to do some preservation work for some chip sealing. And then we have our dirt roads that continually need upgrading. One of the main ones on that is Culper Road. That was on the list for 24 that we weren't able to get to when we had the washouts on Beach Pond. So this is $900,000. It was estimated back a few years back in our road service manual to be putting in the $1.1, $1.2 million each year into our roads. So this is the first of two you will see with for road upgrades. This, like I said, this one is for $900,000. It's a very important article. If we can stay on this track for the next few years, we can start to catch up and maybe get ahead. So I very much appreciate your support.
Any discussion on Article 12? Mr. Rossiger. So, Mr. Rossiger, you going to, there you go.
Claude Rossiger. We're in agreement with the proposal to set aside $900,000 for town road upgrades. But we would modify the article, and I shall read it to you because it's very short, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the same of $900,000 for the purpose of designing, engineering, and upgrading certain roads, town roads, and drainage system, this amount to be placed in a reserve fund and dispersed only to private contractors approved by an independent citizens committee of 3 to be named. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32:7, 6, and shall lapse on December 26, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. The reason for this.
Okay, so just a minute. So you're proposing an amendment to Article 12, which you've just read. Is there a second to that proposed amendment? All right. So now why do you want to make the amendment?
I think the reasons really matter. Number one, the Public Works Department affirmed on repeated occasions that they would not do road construction, they would only do road maintenance. The maintenance budget is a separate budget from this, and we agree. This is not. This falls under construction. Consequently, and the Public Works Department said that to us repeatedly, that would be subcontracted. We believe that is what should be done. Reason. Number one, it subjects the work to competitive bids. Number two, we can be assured with private contractors that the work will be professionally done. Now, Public Works Department may tell you they do it professionally, but they told us that construction was not really their strength. We agree. Everybody has a certain strength, certain things they do well, and other things that are less. By going to private contractors, we can get contractors who are specifically experienced in these things. The last thing is that by working with independent contractors, they will have to respect, for the roads that are concerned, the scenic roads, the state of New Hampshire RSAs. Now, if I tell you this, it's because it hasn't been done, although it was promised. So those are the reasons, but the primary reason is that we were told by Public Works that construction would be subcontracted. Hasn't been done. And the work that was done that should have been was done in an uneven way. Let's leave it at that. It's not necessary to have a longer discussion about it. That's the reason for this amendment, and it provides exactly what the warrant article says. It provides the $900,000. It lets the work go forward. It does everything desired, but it subjects it to a better control. Thank you.
On the amendment, Brody.
Yeah, I just want to point out, RSA 231:65 only gives the Board of Selectmen the purview to determine how road funds are spent and to appoint an agent for the roads. So there's no RSA, there's no state law that would permit this legislative body to establish essentially a 3-person board to usurp the power that's established in state law that's provided to the Board of Selectmen. Thus, if this warrant article passed, I would argue none of the money could be spent. I think that's a very reasonable argument to make, because in no way is there a state statute or a state law that permits this 3-person board to exist or to essentially take the powers of our Board of Selectmen. If we have a problem with how the Board of Selectmen are spending our road money, elect new ones or run. But you can't just make up new laws in this. We live in a Dillon rule state, not a home rule state. The only powers that are provided to our governing bodies and the legislative bodies are those that the state explicitly allows, and the state explicitly states under RSA 231:65, those 5 with the road agent they appoint will determine how the funds that we raise for roads are spent. And frankly, even going this far to explain what roads they'll spend it on isn't required by state statute, but they use their discretion and their transparency to let us know what they're spending on. And I'd love to see my road up there sometime, but it's a state road, but still.
Scott?
I agree what Claude says, and the reason why is the highway department, they're out building, putting in drainage or whatever, rebuilding a road. They're there all summer. They're not, in my opinion, they're not going around and doing the maintenance work that needs to be done in the summer, which a lot of people don't like to do because they don't like cleaning out the ditches, because of all the culverts, because it's May and the black flies are all in your, all eating you up or whatever. And, a good example is North Line Road, heading up from 7-Eleven up to Beach Pond Road. That was done probably, 8 years ago. The road's falling apart. And I've asked the highway foreman numerous times when, there was 2 layers put on that road, and the top layer is just falling apart, just huge sections, as long as the table here. And I asked them, when you guys are gonna fix that, And when do they do it? I feel like they hate hearing from me, and I know they do. But they finally patched it, but it was late in the season. It was cold. It was like November, and the asphalt isn't going to stick to and it's all coming apart now. It should have been cut out. Should have had emulsion put in. When you cut out a section, you should put emulsion, which makes it stick. I just think that the guys ought to be maintaining the roads, cleaning ditches, replacing culverts. If there's a section like on Wambeck Road, or on the sharp corner there, the only really sharp corner on that section of road, it's all alligated. What I mean by alligated is where the pavement looks like alligator's back. It's all busted to pieces, and it's all sunk in from the wheel ruts. That could be boxed out, take them, do stuff like that, and let's maintain the roads and have somebody, I think Wambeck Road ought to be totally rebuilt, ground up and done over. The first part of College Road should be all done over. That's terrible. Those are the 2, in my opinion, when I'm in my big truck driving, that's what beats the hell out of my truck the most, is Wambeck Road and College Road. And I think there's another one, but I can't think of it off the top of my head, but that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This sounds very much to me like Claude Rosiger's idea of a Doge, which he recommended in the newspaper article a couple of weeks back. It's a committee of 3 people whose names I don't know, I did not elect to do anything for me, to spend my tax money on projects that I think that the Board of Selectmen and the Department of Public Works are better prepared and trained for. I would urge the body here to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Catherine.
Hi, I'm Catherine Dragonfly, and I just looked at this big, long list, and I noticed Laner Street isn't on there, and it's my understanding that we've got pretty bad drainage problems and it's full, and I keep hearing all these different people say different things. But why aren't we fixing that before we're fixing these roads again? Oh, can I say one more thing? As we're spending millions here, I just would like to say it takes 34 years. If we start tonight, it will take 34 years to count to 1 million.
Yes, sir.
I'm Richard Odell. I live on one of these roads. If you can go back to the prior slide. If you look down at the bottom, it says road construction projects are now done by contract rather than by Wolfeboro DPW. I would ask Claude if he'd remove the requirement for an independent board and just just put those words or words like that in the final article, so that we guarantee that the road construction projects are really now done by contract rather than DPW for all of the projects on the warrant article. Thanks.
Mr. Rossiger.
I agree.
We like your brevity.
Now, one thing just for clarity, there was a comment made about our tax money and so forth and who spends it, how. No. This warrant article authorizes $900,000 exactly as laid out. No changes. It's just a matter that it be done, road construction projects by contract, competitive bid, and respect for the RSAs.
So did I take it that you were in
We can
favor of
remove-
deleting the language approved by an independent
Correct.
committee of
If
three
that-
to be
if
named?
that- If that makes one person happy, why not?
All right.
I don't believe, however, that the
So
information
we
we were
will
given is
take
correct.
your retraction so that
Yes.
the amendment now will not have that independent committee language in it.
Thank you.
So is there any further discussion on this amendment, which I will read? John? Sure. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of designing, engineering, and upgrading certain town roads and drainage systems. This amount to be placed in the reserve fund and dispersed only to private contractors. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32(7)(6) and shall lapse on December 26, 2026, or upon completion of the project. So that's how it would read. John?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to ask the Public Works Director to come up and give us his comments on this, how that's going to affect his department for 2025.
So I actually have a little bit of confusion in there on my part. We do sub out road construction. What we do is culvert replacement. So this past year, we did the culvert replacements on Haynes Hill, but Allstate came in and did all the work for the final paving. When we did the Green Street project a year ago, Lyman did all of that. Dawson is doing all of this. We have some road projects, if they all pass, that are teed up, designed to do. So my question on this would be, who is the one that is supposed to designate between construction and maintenance? Because culvert replacement, as far as I'm concerned, is maintenance. Adding gravel to dirt roads is maintenance. Paving, water mains, that's road construction. We're not building new roads, we are maintaining what we have. So I disagree with some of this, but we do put things out to bid. We get paving prices, we get, we have contractor pricing on the things that we do now. So I see that's what we do. If that helps, John.
Sorry, thank you.
Yep.
Brody?
I want to say two things. One is micromanaging how raised funds can be specifically spent and taking that out of the authority of the road agent, the DPW, and those we elect to make sure that the money is well spent and the dollars are stretched as far as they can go, makes government less efficient, not more efficient. We see the federal and the state government all the time tying strings, making requirements that restrict local officials from making good, solid decisions, having the liberty to be able to do what's necessary for the town, for municipalities. So with that, I think it's ill-advised for the legislative body to approve a warrant article that's always passed without extra strings attached and contingencies, especially with what the road agent, the head of our DPW department, just mentioned. I'll also mention that making sure warrant articles abide by state law is not for appeasing one person. It's for appeasing the state law and the constitutions and the requirements that this town has to meet. And putting forward an illegal warrant article to the legislative body, it creates confusion and less efficiency. Now all of a sudden our governing body has to go pay our lawyer to decipher how are we even allowed to spend these funds with these additional contingencies. We should pass the warrant article with the funding the way we've passed it since I can ever remember, and there are many of you in this room that are much older since you can ever remember. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So if we can go to the next slide. What we have here is have $900,000. Almost all of that looks like it's contract work, except for the dirt road work at the very bottom. And that looks like that's close to sort of a slush fund. It gets mushed up with maintenance. We have $2.5 million already in the maintenance budget, by the way. This is on top of that. This is for just road upgrades. So that's the part that I think is really important to have contracted outside. We've got our own people working on stuff that they need to be working on. That's really important for us. This is on top of that. Last year, I was here asking for another $200,000 for them. We got that extra $200,000 for them. The money is really important. It's also really important that it be spent and not take us away from our other things. Thanks.
Randy?
Linda?
One problem with the change that Claude made, he doesn't have an agent to expend the money. So he's going to put it into a fund. There has to be an agent to expend the money. So if you want to add that to it, that would be helpful.
Yes, we could add that. A good suggestion, since we pull out the committee of three, and one replaces the other. The other thing I would speak to is that when Brody spoke of things that are not in the warrant article at all, not in our proposal, not in the original one. So I'm not quite sure what he was speaking to, but I would ask you to pay attention to that, because what we could glean from what he said is that this is really a bad idea. If this is really a bad idea, then the whole warrant article is a bad idea, because it's the same one. And there's no micromanaging involved. It just absorbs, it takes what was given by the Public Works Department and the Budget Committee. So there's no change.
So are you comfortable with the Board of Selectmen as the agent to expend?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just add that to me. Thank you.
No, so we shouldn't have confusing comments. And that was the intention in the modification, in the amendment, was to keep it basically to what was asked for. Thank you.
Brody?
My last comment is the purpose of warrant articles is to go to the legislative body and ask for an appropriation for a specific purpose. Usually you don't add additional language that's counter to state law. That's my comment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Suzanne?
I'm glad we're having this discussion. I'm on the Capital Improvements Committee, and it's been made clear to us by Steve that there's a difference between rebuild, reclaim, and maintain. And the gentleman that spoke before, he's correct. There's a couple $1 million in the operating budget for highways and streets, and that's for repairs and maintain. And then we have this warrant article, which is for rebuild. So we're looking at over $3 million. And people seem to think, this time of year, people go nuts about the road. It gets the most votes. The roads are all potholes and bumpy. It's because of the time of year. And then spring comes and it's even worse. But as a fact of New England life, and it isn't that we're shortchanging the money. There's already an amendment on the floor. So when that amendment either passes or fails, I'd like to make another amendment.
Okay. So, seeing no further discussion on the amendment, let's vote on the amendment, which I'll read one last time, where basically the amendment would replace the existing language with the following: to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of designing, engineering, and upgrading certain town roads and drainage systems. This amount to be placed in the reserve fund, and with the editorial change, and authorize the Board of Selectmen to expend it, and be dispersed only to private contractors. Appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32:7, number 6, and shall lapse on December 26, 2026, or upon completion of the project, wherever first occurs, or whichever occurs first. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
I believe the noes have it. You want to make another amendment?
Yeah. I think it's a very good point that was made, that dirt roads is not rebuilt and contracted out. It's done in-house. I happen to live on one of those types of road. I would love to take that out, but there's no way I can put it back into the budget because we've already acted upon the budget. But I would ask that in another year that Steve really consider putting that in his operating budget because it's done by our local fellows. But I would make an amendment that after where it says on the second line, where it says town roads and drainage systems, I would add, these sums shall be put out to bid.
It says right here. Is there a second? All right, so it's been proposed that after the word drainage systems, at the end of the first sentence, that you add the words, these sums shall be put out to bid. Is there any discussion on that proposed amendment? Brody.
I just have one comment. I heard the road agent or DPW say that some of these things that are listed we only do in-house, and I assume it's because it's more affordable or we can't find someone to bid, so I'll defer to him, but is that the truth? Yep. I imagine it's the truth, otherwise we'd put it out for bid if it was cheaper, but...
Steve?
So, again, I would have some questions on this too. For example, if all of this goes out to bid, that means that takes away my purchasing power to purchase the drainage materials, which we do now, even when we sub some of that out, because I get it at a much cheaper discount than Joe Schmo's contractor gets. So if I'm understanding this correctly, we're going to lose that buying power. So I can't even purchase drainage to do a drainage project, whether it's replacing the culverts on Beach Pond that washes out in an emergency. We're going to have to sub all of that out. So to Brody's point, that is going to tick up this number. There's a line in there between maintenance and building. I agree with that 100%, and since I've been here since the fall of '22, I've said that. So fixing drainage on Beach Pond Road that washes out, that is a maintenance item. If I can't be able to purchase, if all of this money, this $900,000 goes to, in the selectmen's checking account, let's say, and they're the ones to expend that to a Dawson or a, an Earth or an outside company like that, that cuts us out in our buying power that we can get for gravel, drainage, and all that. So I would like a little bit of clarification on that, I guess, and what this would mean for that. Because it will make, we're not going to get as much for our money. And I have some concerns with that.
Thank you. Roger, did you want to respond? Say again?
Second. Move the question, sir.
All right, so it's been moved to terminate debate on this proposed amendment. All those in favor of terminate debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we'll now vote on the amendment, which proposes to add at the end of the first sentence after the word drainage systems, these sums shall be put out to bid. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. All right, it fails. Is there any further discussion on Article 12? There being no further discussion, I declare this article appear on the ballot.
Move to not...
As read, it's been moved not to reconsider Articles 10, 11, and 12. Is there a second to that? Second. All those in favor of not reconsidering 10, 11, and 12, please say aye. All those opposed. So we will not reconsider now 8, 9, 10, or 11, and we will move right on to Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 for the purpose of upgrading River Street, Funds shall be utilized for engineering fees, stormwater drainage system, and water main upgrades to repair of sewer lines and rebuilding River Street. $150,000 from the Water Enterprise Fund shall be for the purpose of engineering and replacement of vintage water mains which service River Street. $200,000 from general taxation shall be for the purpose of engineering and making repairs to existing sewer lines in River Street, stormwater drainage system, and rebuilding of River Street. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. The estimated tax rate for 2025 is 8 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee, and it's been moved by Brad Harriman. Is there a second? Hearing there's a second. Brad, will you start us off?
Yes, thank you, Randy. The existing water line on River Street is a vintage water line that has lead joints in it. So $150,000 of funding for this project is for engineering and replacing of the water line. I want to stress that this $150,000 of funds will come from the Water Enterprise Fund, not tax dollars. The remaining $200,000 for rebuilding River Street and some sewer line up repairs and will be raised by taxation, which would go along with the $900,000 that we just talked about previously, which, you know, as Steve pointed out, we try to shoot for about $1.1 million a year on our roads. I ask for your support for this article, and I'll turn it over to Steve Randall, our Public Works Director, for some more explanation.
Thank you, Brad. The first thing I will say is we will be subbing this project out. We are not doing it in-house. So we'll swing by, make sure it's all set, but we will be subbing this out. As Brad touched on, this is going to be from the intersection of 28 and go into where the rail trail path crosses. It's the oldest section. Thank you, Jim. It's that oldest section in there. It is vintage. We expect we have some lead joints and things in there that we've been trying to identify over this last season. So we are going to put that in, upgrade the sewer line. I think we're just going to slip line that because it's in really good shape. Rebase the road and repave and bring it up to par. This is also in conjunction with our road service manual and has been identified along with the other roads for replacement in the next, between last year and this year.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion on Article 13? All right, seeing none, I declare the article appear as read on the ballot. We're going to move on to Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $525,000 for the purpose of reconstruction of the overhead electrical distribution system on Melody and Kenneson Islands, which supplies power to approximately 40 customers. This project will include new pole structures, 15 kV rated conductors, insulators, transformers, service conductors, and associated trimming to reduce outages and safety concerns at these locations. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This project will be paid for by the Municipal Electric Enterprise Fund and will not result in any increase in the tax rate. The impact on the tax rate will be $0 per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. It's been moved by Paul O'Brien. Is there a second?
Second.
Second's been seconded, and I recognize Paul to start us off.
Thanks, Randy. Unless anybody objects, which I hope you don't, I'm going to speak to this one in the next article behind it because they both have to do with the electric department. Earlier this evening, we were having a discussion about enterprise funds and how they apply and where they apply. This is an enterprise fund. This is a business entity. This enterprise fund generates, over the past several years, each year, about $10 million of revenue. Where does it come from? Your electric bill. This enterprise fund pays its wages, settles up all its accounts. When it's all done, they have enough money left over that they put it back into the bank in a restricted fund that they can use to go out and build stuff. For those of us who've lived in town, you've seen over the past handful of years, you've seen new poles going up on Main Street. going up high in the air, improving our electric system. You saw the second substation being put into downtown. All of that was done because you already paid for it in your electric rate, and it'll continue to work like that. What's in front of you is 2 warrant articles. The first is to do some work out on Melody and Kenaston Island. Barry Muccio had a plan, which he followed, to upgrade the electric system, and Melody and Kenaston are the last 2 projects, I think, of substantial import. So I'll speak to that and say I think it's a great idea to support it. It has no impact on your tax bill. And I will also parenthetically say, and we've all celebrated this, we enjoy probably the best electric rates, if not in the state, probably in the New England area. And I think that's because of incredibly good management by Barry Muccio and his team. So I support it, and I'll let Barry talk about Melody and then Kenaston, and then you can do the Armory as well.
Barry, with that introduction, you better be good.
I know, I'm going to keep it quick. All right, so 2 of the islands that are in Wolfeboro out here, we have for 70 years probably, both Melody and Kenaston. The vintage of the poles, transformers, wires out there is over 50 years old, really needs an upgrade. We own them. We always have owned them. It's our responsibility. It's part of our plant. Some statistics. Each island's very equivalent. About 20 customers on each island, 16 poles. Again, 50-year-old equipment. That's a general layout on Kenaston Island of the pole lines that are there. There's one issue here we have out there on Kenaston is the riser pole. It's our intent to replace that with sort of a vault and do some directional boring out into the lake and clean up that issue we've had out there with that leaning pole. And that's what we're proposing. And again, Kenaston, very similar, vintage, number of customers. Obviously, the challenges out there is the transportation out there. We know we have ledge out there, so all material and equipment will have to be barged. It's going to cost a little bit more than our construction here on land, but that's well accounted for. Both of these projects will be funded solely by our existing fund balance. It is no effect on the tax rate. Obviously, it's paid for. It's built into your existing kilowatt-hour rate. These projects have been on our capital improvement plan for over 10 years, so they've been well planned for, well funded. So, any questions? If not,
any questions on Article 14? Seeing none, I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as read, and we will move on to Article 15 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 for the purpose of repairing the interior ceiling within the electric department garage, which consists of an open cathedral-style roof with batting insulation covered in Tyvek construction wrap. The Tyvek is affixed to wood strapping, which are held in place between the horizontal structural steel purlins. Age has resulted in the deterioration of the wrap and has caused the strapping and insulation to dislodge and fall in places. The proposal is to apply metal sheathing, steel roofing panels with associated support structures over the Tyvek material and insulation to provide a code-compliant, stable, and aesthetically presentable finish. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whatever occurs first. This project will be paid for by the Municipal Electric Enterprise Fund, will not result in any increase in the tax rate. Therefore, there'll be no impact on the assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen Budget Committee. It has been moved by Paul O'Brien. Is there a second? It's been seconded. And Paul, you want to start us off?
I'd like to introduce Barry Muccio, who will speak to this.
And Barry, you're up again.
thank you. Thank you. So this, I think a picture says 1,000 words here with this one. The interior garage at the shop, just bat insulation with some Tyvek house wrap put over it. As we progress, you can see this is what we're up against. We've got the batting falling down. We've got the strapping falling down that's holding it up. So we really need to clean that up. This is the type of corrective action I'm looking at doing, putting a steel type roofing interior ceiling in there. That'd be similar to a finished project, what we're looking for. Again, paid for by within our existing fund balance. No effect on the tax rate, no effect on the kilowatt hour rate. And with that, I will answer questions.
Any questions or discussion on Article 15? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read, and we will move on to Article 16 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $173,381 for the purpose of installing solar array and associated equipment on the Wolfeboro Public Library. The sum of $52,014 will be from taxation, with a balance of funds for the project to be through the acceptance of at least $121,367 from grants, donation, or rebates, and the remainder to be funded through general taxation. The impact on the tax rate, 2 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation, is unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee. It's been moved by Linda Murray. Is there a second? It's been seconded. And Linda, you want to start us off?
Sure. The library solar article is asking the voters to support making the Wolfeboro Public Library electricity use zero. There will be an annual operating budget saving $121,367, or 70% of the cost has been raised from grants and donations. Please support this warrant article, and I'll turn it over to the library director or somebody from the library.
Thank you, Linda. As you all, excuse me. Make a mess here.
If you break that, your budget's going to go down.
I know. It'll come out of my budget, right? So anyway, thank you very much, Linda. So the extra measures that were actually taken care of when the library was built was private donations actually did installs to upgrade all the windows and to increase the installation in regards to having this solar system installed. In 2023, there were several private and federal solar energy grants that became available that the trustees and the committee here in Wolfeboro for the Energy Committee had decided to pursue. A competitive RFP was issued and Barrington Power was chosen. I believe there is a representative here from Barrington Power and also from the committee. Yes. I have trouble with microphones for some reason. Anyway, if you'd go to the next, yes. The solar system is a 76 kilowatt system. As you can see by the top roof of the library, you can see the solar panels that we're actually going to install. There's 260 of them. There's 360 watt, all black panels that are flush mounted on the roof. If you go by the All Saints Church, they actually have the same mounted with the snow guards actually at the bottom of the installation. We will have 3 inverters installed in our basement, and our educational real-time display will be in the lobby for educational purposes for the town. As you can see from the cost, basically 70% of it has been raised privately. We have actually gone after the USDA grant, which we have been told will be and is in the coffers of the USDA right now and has been secured for us. That is not something that is on the chopping block at this time. Unfortunately, though, the IRA or the monies that are coming through, which are the $52,000, are not guaranteed. So we do not know if that's going to come through at this time. As you can all know, we read the news, and we don't know if that's going to happen. We should know within the next 90 days. So on the next slide, if we do receive the IRA money, we will have an impact to our tax rate of 0%. If we do not, it will be 2% on 1,000.
for the impact for our tax rate. We're hoping that that will happen, but as you know, that is not a guarantee. For the return on the investment, I think Nancy Hirschberg wanted to address this, if she's available. She had put the model together to come up with these numbers, and we have been in touch today, and she would like to do this presentation. She's behind me.
Okay. This is very high.
Just jump.
It is okay, yeah. Not people who are 5 feet. Okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Stop helping me. Okay. So if you could just go back one slide, Jim. It's fine. I can talk loud. So I just want to really clarify what we're asking for is A, for you to approve the project, because all that money that was donated or that we raised, we can't spend it unless you approve the project, number one. And number two is, as you saw, we're hoping to get the Inflation Reduction Act money, but that's up in the air now, so we are asking the town, if we don't get it, to cover the $52,014. Next slide. The total cost of the system, including a 5% contingency, is $173,000. At most, it would be $52,000. Payback would be in, therefore, based on our current electric bills, would be about 5 years. Annually, over the life of the system is warranted for 30 years. Many of these systems are lasting longer. So if it lasts 30 years, we will save $309,000 in net savings. That's after the expenses of maintenance, replacing inverters, and insurance. And if it lasts 40 years, we'll save the town $447,000. So.
Is there any discussion on Article 16? Any questions? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read, and we will move on. What? You weren't standing up? Let's go.
One quick question. The 447, over the course of the years, does that go back into Barry's, like, backwards and come to the taxpayers as a saving to the taxpayers in our electric rate?
Good try.
That was a rhetorical question.
Is it rhetorical? Are you? No, oh, you're really asking, yeah. Where that number is coming from is right now we're paying somewhere between $8,000 and $14,000 a year. So therefore, the town budget, they won't be asking for that money each year. So, yeah.
And I would like to mention that according to our MOU with the town, we will be responsible, the library is responsible for the maintenance and replacement of the solar system moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So I now declare the article appear on the ballot as read, and we will move on to Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 for the purpose of engineering and stabilizing repairs to the museum building and to secure cost estimates for further building renovations and repairs. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever first occurs. The impact on our tax rate will be 14 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation, which is unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee, and a vote of 6-3. It's been moved by Paul O'Brien. Is there a second? Second. All right, it's been seconded. Paul, you want to start us off?
Okay, thank you, Randy. I'll turn this over to Jim here in a second, but let me, for the benefit of the people who are new to the Libby or new to what's been going on, let me just update you on some dates, okay? 2022, there was a warrant article before the voters for about north of $4 million to fix the Libby. Because it was a bond, that warrant article failed. But the fact is, almost 60% of the voters said, fix the Libby. You needed 60% to get the bond. So a high percentage of the voters said, fix the Libby. It didn't get fixed. In 2023, the Division of Charitable Trusts was invited to Wolfeboro to visit the Libby. The Division of Charitable Trust has been in conversation with our town council about what do you intend to do with the Libby. We have a trust. We have an obligation to maintain the trust that was entered into by the town back, I think, in 1952 or 56, somewhere back there. In 2024, this past summer, after taking some samples of the air quality, the Board of Selectmen, not unanimously, but the Board of Selectmen voted to close the Libby. And what we found as a result of closing the Libby was not only did we have air quality issues, we also had some nasty stuff going on the floors, the walls. You'll see it. In the fall of this year, past year, a consultant was hired to tell us what's going on out there. They basically said the building is in, my words, rough shape. We have two problems. We have a trust and we have a collection. We got to get the collection out of there. And there's an issue that says you really don't want to put people in there to take the collection out when the building is in the condition that it's in. So what's before you, and we're asking you to consider, is some incremental dollars to figure out how to get that collection out of there. But before we do that, brace that building. If anybody wants to take a ride down after seeing these charts, I invite you to do that. Just don't go in the building. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim.
Thank you, Paul. In 2019, there was some work done relative to a renovation expansion with the Libby Museum. As that progressed, there was a debate whether or not to put it on the warrant. We had a lot of questions, Board of Selectmen, myself. At the last minute, we made the determination that we were not going to put that project on the warrant in 2020. Therefore, we brought forward a capital reserve fund in the amount of $300,000 for renovation, expansion, and engineering for the Libby Museum. That passed by 58%. There's a little over $300,000 sitting in the bank today for the Libby Museum. Fast forward to this past year, as Selectman Paul O'Brien stated, we had some issues with the Libby Museum, which resulted in us doing some structural analysis of the building, and that came back with some immediate recommendations to replace all the columns along the north wall and rebuild the wall, add and replace top and bottom sill plates, replace broken floor joists, replace timber beam shims and plumb concrete piers as needed, foundation cracks, upgrade and repair roof framing, and or replace the uneven roof. Those are the things that we have to do immediately, and we don't have a good idea at this point what those costs are going to be. We also don't know if we are able to do any type of phasing or if we have to do a capital project. So we're in front of you this year asking for additional money so that we can fulfill the wishes of the trust, and as directed, we need to do something about this facility with the Attorney General's office. Here are a couple pictures of floor joists, carrying beams on the building. You can see the stress on them. The picture to the right shows nail kegs, which were used for piers on the building. They're shallow. They're not below the frost line, so we have a lot of movement with the building. Here's an example of the uneven roof, both the front and the rear of the building. And here's a picture of the rear of the building, which denotes some investigation that was done to determine what does it look like inside of the wall. And when they opened that up, they determined a significant amount of the columns were rotted. There's a significant amount of information on the town webpage about this. So we'd like to have your support and move this question forward. We'll try to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jim. Any discussion on Article 17? Mr. Harder.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I apologize. The town took on the trust of the Libby Museum, 52, 56, like Paul said, sometime about then. I don't exactly remember. When Dr. Libby died, willed the museum and its grounds to a trust to be administered by his heirs. His heirs sat on it, eventually went to probate and said, we can't do it. We're simply unable to run a museum. We're individual people. Libby had specified in his will that the fallback trustees would be the Board of Selectmen of the town of Wolfeboro. So the probate court judge said to the town of Wolfeboro selectmen at the time, you want the museum? And the selectmen, in their wisdom, said, sure, we'll check with the town first. So the selectmen ran a vote of the town at town meeting, and the townspeople said, yep, we want a museum. It's going to be great. And the first couple of years, about 10,000 people a year came to the Libby. It was a big attraction. People flocked to it. They liked to see the crocodile. They saw the other exhibits that were inside. It was just wonderful. At the town information booth at the top of the hill where it used to be, people would stop in all the time saying, where's the Libby? Because they heard about it. 5 years, town is expending maybe $5,000 on the Libby, not much. The Libby's collecting some revenue from the visitors, not much, but enough to keep the doors open. Every so often, the Libby director we had at the time would come to the town and say, you know, I need a new roof, or the electrical system is a wreck, got to fix that. So the electric department would go down and fix it, or DPW would go down and fix the roof, and everything was going just fine. And because it was going just fine, we all forgot about the Libby. And we forgot about the Libby, and we forgot about the Libby for another 20, 30 years. And then all of a sudden, somebody said, you know, this place is a bit of a wreck. And we looked around and we saw, yeah, we had neglected it for such a long time. It's a bit of a wreck. What do we do now? And all of a sudden, we found that we had millions of dollars worth of money that we had to start thinking about spending to get this museum into a shape that it could be considered a safe building in which to have people come from around the country to see our wonderful exhibits. Trouble was, people weren't coming. Attendance figures at the Libby had been steadily dropping from about 1965 or so. Think about it, the advent of television, people weren't really so much interested in natural history museums. There's only one left in New Hampshire now, this one. Every other town that used to have a Libby museum of its sort found it couldn't run it anymore because it was too expensive and shut them down. We're the only one left. It's a bit of an albatross at this point. I'd like to ask the Board of Selectmen, so that's a bit of the history of the building. I'd like to ask the Board of Selectmen a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Moderator, and I'll try not to take too much time, any more further than I already have. Does the Board of Selectmen have an idea of how much money it has totally expended so far on the Libby? Not in counting today's ask of $300K? How much money through warrant articles raised over time from any other sources that you may have had to fall back on? How much money has the town of Wolfeboro spent to date on maintaining the Libby Museum? Not paying the director, but just maintaining the building, repairing the building, doing whatever else needed to be done to the building. Are you aware of that number?
Since I was on the Libby, on the Board of Selectmen, the town spent in 2010 $150,000. In 2013, it split $100,000 with the library. In 2015, it spent $200,000, so 3, 4, about $500,000, and then there were some feasibility studies, and then there was the $300,000 capital reserve. So I'd say about 800,000 since I have been on the Board of Selectmen.
So you spent around 800K so far. Beg pardon, you're looking for 300 more. But the 300 more is to secure cost estimates for further building renovations and repairs. So it's going to be 800K plus whatever building renovations and repairs are going to come down the pike at some time in the future to maintain a building to which very few people come anymore, which contains a collection which includes pieces that are toxic. I know this. Some of the cases and some of the exhibits can't safely be opened in the open air for fear of the stuff that's inside those cases getting out into the air. You have almost imponderable questions on some of the exhibits in there that have to be dealt with. So we're looking at $1 million plus. The justification for keeping the Libby going, as Paul alluded to, was a visit from the New Hampshire Attorney General's Charitable Trusts Department. You've got a trust here, Buster. It's your responsibility. Pay up, make it a feasible working museum. Next question is, has the town told the Attorney General Charitable Trusts Division that we've spent $1 million just about already, and we've got an unknown number yet to go for a facility to which no one hardly ever comes anymore, is not a selling point to the town, is not an attraction, does not contribute anything to our economic growth. We don't even have the expertise to run the museum. We hire a director who has the expertise. We should not be in the museum business. We should be spending that $1 million on road repair or something else that would actually benefit the town, as opposed to an albatross down the road from where I live to which nobody goes anymore. So thank you, Mr. Moderator, for your patience, for allowing me to go on. I'd just like to ask the selectmen in conclusion, please advise the Attorney General's Charitable Trusts Department that we're looking at an awful lot of money to have to spend on an albatross-style building, which is not much of a benefit to the town. Is there some way we can simply say, yeah, we voted on the trust back in '52. Can we vote to get out of the trust in '26? Get it out and be done? Let the heirs have it back?
Go ahead, Linda.
Thank you.
Brody?
I think the attorney wants to say something. He's probably brighter than me.
Nathan, sorry.
I was going to address some of the questions related to the AG's office. So I've had several conversations with the charitable trust unit. We had a meeting back in 2023, I think, after the warrant article failed, and we had a pretty frank conversation with the acting director at that point about, what was next. We've had subsequent conversations this year, and essentially what we were encouraged by the Attorney General's office to do was to take some steps to see whether or not the town was interested in making some further investments in the museum. If the town is not, then we're going to have a much larger conversation with the charitable trust unit about what to do next. Obviously, we've been pretty frank with the amount of money that's been invested by the town to this point, and also about sort of the current status of the collection, the attendance and whatnot. So we've certainly had those conversations. Obviously, we're bound by what the town chooses to do, and we've communicated that to the Attorney General's office and said we can only do what the town allows us to do.
Randy? You want to go?
You can go, Paul.
Paul?
Thank you, and thanks for your forbearance. About a month ago, we had, maybe more than a month ago, we had a discussion at the Select Board, and I gave the board what I think are the 4 options that lay in front of us. There's only 4. Option number 1 is fix the Libby. That's going to take time, and it's going to take money, and reminder that we made a run at that a couple of years ago, and we didn't prevail. Option number 2 is repurpose the Libby. I have no idea what that means, but I put it on a chart. It could mean, move the building, eliminate the building, create something that is consistent with Dr. Libby's will. We'd have to get the agreement by the New Hampshire Charitable Trust Division to do that. Option number 3 is find a qualified operator, somebody who can show up and my math, but show me I'm wrong, with $4 million to put an endowment on the table, because if you take 4% out of $4 million every year, you can probably run the place, have some capital improvements, do that kind of stuff. So $3 to $4 million, qualified operator. You and I probably wouldn't be characterized as qualified people. You have to have a museum person that does that. Our option number 4 is tell the Attorney General that we're out of Schlitz. And what I advised our board to do, and I advised all of us to do, is pick 2 of those. You can't pick one, pick 2. And one of these, this warrant in front of you will inform us, I believe, so that we can go back and inform the Attorney General either we're in it or we're not. And that's the options that are in front of us right now. Okay? Thank you.
Brody?
Yeah, I recognize the boondoggle the town is in. It's unfortunate, but I think that when the voters voted against the bonded article, and I understand there was a majority of voters who voted for it, but it still didn't pass the muster of the 60%, that slowly piecemealing warrant article after warrant article is just kind of to the 40% of voters who voted no against the original entire bonded project, will be at the will of about 50 to 55% of the voters that want to rebuild the Libby Museum to completely restore it. And to Mr. Hodder's point, I'm not entirely sure what the improvement to the public welfare, the betterment to the average resident is for this building to be completely restored on the taxpayers' back. That said, coincidentally, about 40% of the budget committee, or those who cast votes at the budget committee, voted against it. I'd be curious to hear their side as to why they voted against it and don't think that as the governing body, that we as a legislative body should be appropriating money to this project, if they would be willing to, those who voted against the project.
So, Tom, you were next in line, and then this gentleman, then Brian.
Tom Goodwin, I'm the chair of the Friends of the Libby, the charitable 501c3 organization. We support this warrant article. I think a majority of voters in this town, through the last capital appropriation and through the failed restoration plan of a couple years ago, both got a majority vote. I think there's a lot of support for this, both publicly and privately from our donors. We had a tremendous amount of donor support last time around. We've already pledged money to help with the moving of the collection out and the storage, and we plan to prudently allocate funds as the restoration of the Libby goes forward, and to accept donations from the private sector so that this isn't all on the town's back. But it has to start with a plan from the town, and this is what this warrant article does, is it gives the town the money to make a plan to move forward with this. And I hope everyone will vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Howard Lowe. I'm a member of the Wolfeboro Heritage Commission subcommittee that was appointed to help the town work its way through this issue. I want to point out to the audience that on the handout table, there is a document that lays out the plan that's been developed at the behest of the board. So if you haven't seen this handout, I encourage you to pick it up. A few comments. Many years ago, a new type of museum was established in Wolfeboro. It was a charming and modest museum which developed quite a following among both residents and seasonal visitors. People were attracted by its collection, which was full of unique items. In time, the museum outgrew its space and struggled with poor environmental controls that threatened to deteriorate its collection. Something had to be done. The museum I'm talking about, of course, is the Boat Museum. Have you been to its new location in Wolfeboro? It is awesome to see. Well, many folks here envision a similar transformation for the Libby. It's been part of people's lives for 122 years, and I'll tell you, my grandchildren love the place. The selectmen, who are the trustees, have asked the Heritage Commission to assist them in the rehabilitation and revival of the Libby Museum. This warrant article is the first step in a plan approved by the Libby trustees to reimagine the Libby. Centered around the beautiful building and lakeside setting, that vision will stay true to the directives of the Libby Trust for a natural history museum and lakeside property that cannot be sold or used commercially. It will make critical building repairs, attract audiences to a refreshed collection and new learning opportunities. It will also find an operating partner and eliminate the town's responsibility for running the museum. Your support for this article is an essential first step, funding immediate stabilization of the building and moving the collection to safe off-site storage, giving us time to accomplish the mission. The State Attorney General's Division of Charitable Trusts wants this plan to succeed. The New Hampshire Preservation Alliance, which named the Libby to their 7 to Save list, is helping this plan to succeed. The citizens of Wolfeboro will have a chance to share their ideas about what the Libby Museum might become. And as Tom said, private fundraising will be essential to our success. Wolfeboro's museums attract visitors who spend money in our restaurants, lodging, marinas, and businesses. Let's not squander this economic and cultural opportunity and see a precious historic asset slip away from us. Let's make sure that just as our children and grandchildren have loved going to the Libby, their kids will have an opportunity too. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Brian?
So, I need to make, excuse me, one correction. Woodman's Museum in Dover is a natural history museum. They've been around since 1919, and they are a natural history museum in New Hampshire. So there are two. I also want to say this. We need to make it relevant. I tell this to people all the time. In 1900, what were the two most popular sports in the United States? Boxing and horse racing. So boxing and horse racing are now not the two most popular sports in the U.S. So it needs to be made relevant. Should we fix it? We have to. The Attorney General's office is telling us that we have to do something with it. Can we repurpose it? They said that we can have dual purposes as long, or a new purpose, as long as it meets the will's intent. Can we find a qualified operator? I went to Dartmouth. They had shut down their museum and given all their artifacts to Yale. I had a representative from Yale come and talk to us, and he explained to us how hard it is for Yale to run a museum, that they spend more storing their artifacts than running their museum, and if they didn't have a huge endowment, they wouldn't be able to run their museum. So I went to Harvard, asked Harvard. I was looking for a partner. I went to Squam Lake Center. I went to Woodman's. I've asked a lot of people and a lot of institutions if they can partner with us. We do need a partner. I don't know how we find one. We do need to make it relevant by maybe having a dual purpose for it. We are right now stuck with it. We need a better map and a better road before we just keep spending money that's taxpayers' dollars without results. That's my take.
So we're going to spend some more taxpayers' money, you're saying? When I went to the Woodman Museum the first time, I did not see a crocodile or a bear or a moose or any of the other stuff that the Libby has, which it claims is natural to, what, Wolfeboro or New Hampshire? I've never seen a crocodile in Lake Winnipesaukee either, especially not one that's green in color. I'm not going to make an amendment to reduce the $300,000 to $10, which I could do, I suppose, whether it would pass or not. I'll take Mr. O'Brien's suggestion and use this article as a referendum. Should the town vote for it in a substantial fashion, then it's clear that the town wants the Libby to keep going in its wisdom. If it doesn't, then maybe the selectmen will take that message through their attorney to the New Hampshire Attorney General's office and say, look, it's getting too expensive. We'd rather spend our money on stuff that really matters. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mike.
They do have a loose over there.
Quickly. Yeah, we have to be quick.
Really, really quick. So a large part of the Dartmouth Natural History Collection went to the Montcharm Museum of Science, which used to be in Hanover and is now in Norwich, Vermont. So just a possible partner and a correction.
Maggie?
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of things, which is I know a lot of people feel like the collections at the Libby are outdated, in poor condition, and a little bit haphazard. And that is the result not of Dr. Libby's vision, but of the growth of the collection over time without a clear focus. And one of the things that the Heritage Commission really hopes to help the selectmen do is bring back a clear focus for the museum that also appeals to people in a new way. Dr. Libby wanted to flash before the eyes some of the special things about nature, which in 1912 was a wonderful goal, and people in their new Model Ts would take a Sunday drive and visit all these rarities. Well, now they're not so special. It was never the intent to have it be just a collection of New Hampshire objects. But one of the things we think now that might resonate with new visitors is to focus it more on the Lakes region and New Hampshire, to talk about the environmental issues that we're facing, and to flash before the eyes some of the native species that may that we may interact with, or that we want to care for or protect or just admire in some way. So the handout does list just the beginnings of a new vision for what the Libby could be. If we can get this money and stabilize it quickly and get the collection moved out, then a couple of things can happen. We can go back to the drawing board and look at the value engineering to make that National Register listed building good for another 20, 40, 50, 100 years. We can engage the public in a public process about what they'd like to see in that museum. We can spend time with the collection while it's in storage to deaccession items that are no longer relevant, or trade them with other museums, so that by the time the building has been stabilized, hopefully with private money, as Tom Goodwin said, there is a lot of support out there. The Friends raised $2.2 million privately, and the town was only asked for $1.8 million. So by the time we can stabilize that building, get the collections refined, find some new people to join us in this endeavor in helping to fund it, we can reinstall a collection in a new way, a modern way that will appeal to contemporary audiences. And I think we'll see those visitation numbers go back up again. We already have an idea of who might help us accomplish this. And just as the town has with the Clark Museum property and the Freight House property, both of which they own, they have found an independent nonprofit operator for those museums. And that's the model here that we're hoping to work toward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So there being no further discussion.
Well, then get it.
Quickly.
This subject angers me beyond the beyond.
Oh, no.
I'm going to not go into everything that I had written. I'm just going to say, where the hell were you when we needed you, when we had the 2.2? Now you're stepping up. The ship has sailed.
There being no further discussion, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read, and we will move on to Article 18, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Board of Selectmen and Local Number 534 of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at current staffing levels. For the year 2025, wages will be $128,928, benefits $27,110, for a total of $156,038. For 2026, be $131,768, benefits $28,542, for a total of $160,300. 2027, be $120,036, benefits would be $29,334, for a total of $149,770. And further, to raise and appropriate $156,038 for the current year, such sum representing the additional cost attributable to increases in wages and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current levels. The estimated tax rate impact is 6 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee, with a vote of 9-1. It's been moved by Dave Senegal. Is there a second? There's a second. Dave, you want to start off with Article 18?
Yes, thanks, Randy. This is one of 2 contracts that we've came up with this year. These are most of our workers, other than the police department, approximately 48 members. The increase from years past is that the fire department is also now part of this union. We elected to go with a 3-year contract because we figured that it would make it easier for us and them, the union members, to know what is going to happen in the next 3 years for budgetary purposes as well. So, Jim, do you want to add anything to that?
I think the only thing I would add is when we originally went into negotiations, we were looking at a 2-year agreement. We were able to strike a 3-year agreement. One of the items that we wanted to capture prior to going into negotiations was a wage study. We were not able to do that. So we feel really good to be able to get a 3-year contract for this. And across both units, this one and the other one that you'll see shortly, it's 5% a year over the 3 years. It also increases length of service stipends for some of our long-term employees to try and create some separation from entry-level positions.
Any questions on Article 18? Seeing nobody at the microphone, I declare the article will appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 19 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the cost items included in the 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the town and Local Number 39 of the New England Police Benevolent Association, which calls for the following increases in wages and benefits at current staffing levels. The 2025 wage increase would be $40,086. Benefits would increase $11,857 for a total of $51,943. For the year 2026, wages would increase $44,881. Benefits would increase $13,299 for a total of $58,180. For 2027, the wage increase would be $51,783. Benefits would go up $15,353 for a total of $67,136. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $51,943 for the current year, such sum representing the additional sums attributable to the increase in wages and benefits required by the new agreement over those we paid at current levels. The estimated tax rate impact is 2 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a vote of 4-0 and by the Budget Committee 8-2. Been moved by Dave Senegal. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a second, Dave, you want to start us off?
Yeah, again, this is the second union, the police department, police union, approximately 14 people. This also includes our dispatchers as part of this unit. So we, as Jim had said, and he's going to have a few comments, this includes some benefits, some shift differentials, and some other stuff that we were able to negotiate with them for a 3-year contract. Jim?
Thanks, Dave. So one of the big takeaways here was we were able to increase the starting wage to what we felt was competitive with other agencies throughout the state. Significant parity between this contract and the AFSCME contract with 5% a year over the 3 years. Any questions? We can try to answer.
Any questions? Seeing nobody at the microphone, I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as read. Move on to Article 20 to see if it's been moved that we restrict reconsideration of 13 through 19. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, so we will not reconsider Articles now 8 through 19. Moving on to Article 20, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $125,274 for the purpose of purchasing 2 police vehicles and for the installation of ancillary vehicle equipment with $13,000 from the police detail revolving fund created by Article 23 in 2006, which is accumulated from special details with a remaining balance of $112,274 that come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 will be 4 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 8-2. It's been moved by Linda Murray. Is there a second? All right, there's a second. Linda, you want to start us off?
Yeah, this warrant article is asking the voters to purchase 2 new police cruisers and install the auxiliary equipment to replace 2 worn-out 2016 cruisers. After investigating the possibility of leasing multiple police cruisers, the Board of Selectmen decided that an outright purchase of 2 cruisers was the cheapest way to go. Please support this warrant article, and I'll turn it over to the police chief.
That would have been a big one for the police. He was last year. He went back and forth.
I'm not sure what else I could add. Linda did a great job. As a lot of you are aware, the police department attempted to get a cruiser last year. We weren't very successful with that. We're asking for 2 cars this year. You'll notice the overhead. There are 4 cars in highlighter. Those were all leased in 2016, and those are the oldest cars in the line. Cars 2 and 3 have better mileage than 150 and 137 now because they are active cruisers. And they have over, I believe, 15,000 hours. Someone had asked me that at a prior meeting. So a lot of miles. It's well past time for them to go. We should be, if we had all the money and we just wanted to spend money, all 4 should be going. But we are doing our best to keep 9 and 10 safe. If those cars become unsafe, they are coming off the line and we'll make do. I would ask you to support 2 cars for this year. Mr. Moderator, thank you. If there's any questions, I'll stand by.
Sure. Any questions on Article 20? I see nobody lining up, so I declare the article will appear on the ballot as read, and we'll move right on to 21. Before you leave, Chief, you might be back, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $102,339 to purchase 15 police body cameras for all active officers. Authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, and/or other aid, grants, and donations, if any, which may be available for said project that may reduce the sum of $102,339, and to comply with all laws applicable to the purchase, and authorize the Board of Selectmen to take any other actions or to pass any other vote relative thereto, and to authorize the town manager to sign any relating documents as appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first as appropriation will come from taxation. It's been moved by Paul O'Brien. Is there a second? There's a second. Paul, you want to start us off?
Thanks, Randy. The article, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. The question before all of us is there, body cameras can provide a record of what transpired. They can be used for education. They can be used for improvement of how we do things. And sadly, we live in a world where those kinds of things are being asked by the public, and they're something that we are having to deal with. So I'll turn it over to the chief. I think the chief explains first. How does this work? The chief? I'll let the chief explain. Thank you.
This always feels so bizarre because I have more people behind me, but I need to address the moderator. The issue is body cameras. This is something that we've had a lot of conversations with both the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee with. This is an issue that has changed a lot over the last 15 years, I think, when they were starting to become more and more available and more worn. In fact, a lot of police departments were using their own cameras, and I'm not sure how smart that was. With the change of attitude in technology, especially through Axon, who we would be going through as a vendor, cameras are getting better. Probably 2 or 3 years ago, they weren't quite ready yet. The reason why is because of the cost associated with the cameras. You not only purchased the camera, but then you had to store data. And you not only had to store data, but you had to redact information that wasn't publicly able to be disseminated. All that stuff is now tweaked, if you will, and the storage is all on the cloud, so we're not getting a 3 terabyte hard drive just to store data. Redaction software is part of the program, and these cameras are kind of, if you look at New Hampshire RSA 105-D, the New Hampshire legislature has codified the use of body cameras so that police departments have that statewide control over how they're used, when the information is disseminated, when you're supposed to turn them on, when you're supposed to shut them off. There are some things that I would be more than happy to discuss with anybody if you'd like the particulars of the law. I was not, when these first came out in my previous chief's job, I was not in favor of body-worn cameras. I was not in favor of them because there wasn't enough oversight. The only thing that they did do was they created concern when the quality of the camera wasn't up to speed, and they would stop recording right when you don't need them to stop recording, which made people wonder, well, why did that happen? The cameras are much better quality now. I have faith in them. I want my officers protected. I want the citizens protected. I want everything to be transparent, obviously, but I want the officers to be held accountable. But I also want people that make complaints against officers to be accountable as well. I stand ready to take any questions, Mr. Moderator.
Sure. You got a question right behind you, I think. Mr. Moffett.
Blair Moffett. It seems to me that body cameras for police has become so common that the argument is, well, everybody's doing it. And we have such a preponderance of interest these days in visual reporting. So we feel cheated if something happens and we don't have pictures of it. But I have to ask, is this really something we need to do? Are we doing it because we can or because we need to? Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 21? Seeing none, I declare that the article appear on the ballot as read, and we will move on to Article 22 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $230,000 to meet our constitutional and statutory requirements to perform a municipal revaluation assessment to ensure assessments are at full and true value at least every fifth year per state of New Hampshire law, RSA 75-8A. Revaluation was last performed in 2020. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 is 9 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee, a vote of 8-2. It's been moved by Linda Murray. Is there a second? There's a second. So, Linda, you want to start us off?
Sure. The municipal reevaluation warrant article is asking the voters whether they agree to spend $230,000 to reevaluate all assets in town. The state RSA requires the town to perform a reevaluation assessment every 5 years, and the last evaluation occurred in 2020. On January 8, 2025, the State of New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration notified the town it was time to perform the reevaluation in 2028. Please support this warrant article so the town can meet its statutory obligation. I'll turn it over to the town manager.
Thank you,
Jim?
Linda. The last time we did this in 2020, we did utilize fund balance for the project. As we come in front of you now, as agreed to, we will be using taxation, as we're not going to be using fund balance for projects. What I bring your attention to is the second line, constitutional and statutory requirements. We have to do this. If we do not do this, New Hampshire DRA will come in at some fashion and order us to do it, and they will likely utilize our fund balance to pay for the project. How the mechanisms of that work, we're not 100% sure, but they will come in and make us perform this reevaluation. This was part of the 2024 budget, however, it was removed because of the default budget. I can try to answer any questions you may have.
Any discussion on Article 22? Seeing nobody up at the microphone, I guess we have one person at the microphone.
I'm going to do mine.
Two.
I would like to make a motion to add after last performed in 2020 to authorize funds in the amount of $230,000 from the town's unassigned fund balance. The reason why I'd like to do, do you have to second it?
Yeah, so to authorize the $200,000.
230.
To authorize funds in the amount of $230,000 from the town's unassigned fund balance.
To be raised or to be raised? Is that your word?
No, we don't raise. We just authorize the select board to use the amounts from the unassigned fund balance. So it's to authorize funds in the amount of $230,000 from the town's unassigned fund balance.
From the town's unassigned fund balance. All right, is there a second? Okay, we got a second. So why would you like to do that?
So the reason why I'd like to do that is exactly what our town manager just said, is that we are constitutionally and statutorily obligated to do this. If the voters vote this down because this money is coming out of their wallet, it is going to cost us more money in the long run by getting into a legal kerfuffle. This way, we have the money sitting there in the unassigned fund balance. Let's just let the taxpayers know that this is 0 per thousand. Thanks.
Suzanne, you were next. Okay, Brody, you're up.
I think after the discussions we heard earlier about dipping into the unassigned fund, I think regarding the motions we had earlier about dipping into the unassigned fund balance and micromanaging the governing body's ability to manage the municipality's finances, I think we should vote no. I also think this is arguably one of the more important warrant articles on our warrant this year. And there is a process established in RSA Chapter 75 for if the voters were to turn this down. There is a process for how the town would work with the BTLA in the state and the Department of Revenue Administration. So while it will be a painful process and not the most lovely process, it's better to pay our contract assessor to do this assessment. And I think the most transparent way to do it is to raise the funds directly. I think based on the recommendations from the two committees that oversee the budget, I would imagine the taxpayers would agree with them. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Let's go back to what Chair Murray read earlier about how much money we have in there and up to the 10%. This amount is not $1 million. This amount is $230,000. If we do not do this, it's going to cost us more money. When the taxpayers see that it's 0.00 per thousand, they are more likely to pass this. If this does not pass, it's a bigger headache and it's more costly for us. So let's just take some of that $3.2 million that we have already raised from the citizens of this town and apply it to this warrant article, please. Thank you.
Brian?
Bobby, do you have any documentation that shows that it would be more costly if we don't use it from the unassigned fund balance right now?
What is going to happen with the constitutional and the statutory requirement if we do not pass this? What happens?
So I think the advantage we have is we do have a contractor ready, able, and willing to do the project. If we did not have a contractor lined up, I would agree with you that it would probably be much more costly for us to do the project because DRA is going to have to appoint somebody to come in and do that project. However, we're set up, we're ready to go. It's just a matter of if this thing gets voted down, working with New Hampshire DRA to figure out how to pay for the project with the contractor that is already agreed to do it.
So can I ask our town attorney, does no mean no in this situation?
That's a good question, we have flagged that issue with DRA. We flagged that issue actually last year with them. I don't know that they've rendered a formal opinion, but they have basically insinuated that they will make us do it and figure out a way to pay for it.
All right, so is there any further discussion on the amendment? So I'll read the amendment, which is to add at the end of the paragraph, after the words 2020, and to authorize the $230,000 to be taken from the town's unassigned fund balance. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
I think the noes have it, but you guys, we can do cards if you want. You want cards? All right, let's try cards. All those in favor, hold your hands up. And let's start at the front here. Anybody in favor? Budget Committee? All right, Steve, you can put your hand down. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 in favor and those opposed.
Get those over there.
We definitely have more than 15 opposed, so that does not carry. Do you have another amendment or further discussion?
It may result in the same count. I'd make a motion to amend the 230 to $1.
All right, it's been moved to change the $230,000 to $1. Is there a second for that? All right, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? So why do you want to do that, Suzanne?
Okay, so the reason for this is, as we've heard, we're going to have to do it anyway. And I'm not micromanaging. It would be up to the selectmen where they want to take the funds from. I'm assuming they would take it from the undesignated fund balance. And to respond to someone who said, this sort of thing, if we take too much out of the unfunded fund balance, leaves us with no money to run the town. And then we have to go to TAN's, tax anticipated notes. The 20-some odd years that I've been here, I think possibly once we explored that we had to do that. We're in good shape financially, what we have in reserve. It would not harm our fund balances by taking the money from there. But then again, they could take it from roads, they can take it from money where they want, and it's not micromanaging because they get to pick and choose where the money comes from, within reason.
All right, Brody first, Jim second.
Oh, is he going to answer that?
So, just recognizing Brody.
No, you recognized me. Okay, so two things. Let's give a case study. Effingham, 2002, had a governing body and a legislative body that loved dipping into their unreserved fund balance. Kept doing it to buy down the tax rate, kept doing it to offset warrant article costs, and then all of a sudden in November, they ran not just out of money, but out of their line of credit for TAN. I don't want to live in a town where all of a sudden in November I find out that me, the legislative body, and the governing body had to borrow so much tax anticipation notes because they were trying to borrow against their warrant articles that we ran out of credit. If a business does that, they go out of business. Now, we don't have that option in this town. You guys have to have a special meeting in that case and raise money. And then we're all upset. And then we're all back here doing this literally again, just on a smaller scale. I will also point out that I think there'd be a lot of ambiguity if the voters approved only allowing $1 for the reassessment under RSA 75:8-A. I think if I was our lawyer, I'd be very worried by this because I would say, well, it looks like the voters, all they were willing to appropriate for the upcoming fiscal year was only $1 to do an assessment that costs $230,000. And I would hate to be sitting in the governing body's seats if this amendment were to pass and to basically be in a very legal ambiguity and essentially go back to DRA and say, well, it looks like our voters only gave us $1 for the contract to $230,000 assessment, and now what are we going to do? And to have that painful process with the Department of Revenue Administration and the BTLA. So, I don't know, I mean, yeah, I see your point, Suze, but I don't think it's doing what you intended to do.
Right, Jim, you were up next.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one point that Ms. Ryan made. That is, the Board of Selectmen do not have the authority to just arbitrarily utilize fund balance, period. They have to do it by warrant article or when the tax rate is set. Thank you.
Suzanne?
So the question to the attorney is, if we put in $1, are not the selectmen authorized to transfer money from one line item to another line item?
They are. I think what Brody is pointing out, though, that this would not be a line item in the budget necessarily. This is a special warrant article, so I think that's where the concern is.
That isn't really the question that I was asking. Are they allowed to transfer from line item to line item?
In the budget, but this is not part of the budget.
Could they not transfer money from a line item to pay for this when the DRA comes down and says you have to do it?
They may be able to.
Could they not take money from the fund balance if the DRA comes down and says you have to do it?
It depends on what the DRA says. The select board doesn't have the authority to appropriate money from the undesignated fund balance without authorization, except for the circumstance where they're setting the tax rate.
That's why I left the dollar in there. I didn't make it zero.
Katie?
By the way, I'm in favor of this. I'm not opposed to it, and I know it's a mandate. Typically, we get told year after year when we talk about this, it is a good thing because a third goes up, a third comes down, a third stays the same. So you just have to hope that you're not the third that goes up. You have to hope you're the third that comes down, or you stay the same. But overall, it's beneficial because it equalizes everything.
Katie?
I just have a question. I'm now really confused. Okay, if this doesn't pass, I thought the answer from the town manager was that we would still have to do it, and that our advantage is that we have somebody lined up to do it and they've agreed on a price. If that happens, where does the money come from? Because you suggested we're okay. If it doesn't pass, we're okay because we have somebody lined up and we know how much it was going to cost. So how does it get paid for if it doesn't pass?
So if it passes, we have the funding here.
Gotcha.
If it does not pass,
Yes.
the state of New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration is going to come knock on our door,
Yeah,
and they're going to say, you need to do this project.
yes.
And they're going to say, and we are going to require you to utilize your fund balance
Yeah.
to do the project.
Okay.
They have that authority, not anybody else, other than you guys here tonight.
Okay, so the answer is, don't approve it, and then it comes out of the fund balance.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment?
And I think if you made it $1, you'd have to borrow money from some other thing that the town, and you have to get permission from DRA, possibly may. I understand there's some ambiguity, but the $230,000 needs to come from somewhere. And if the voters only approve $1, then it's going to be at the expense of some other government function.
Randy, could I?
Sure.
I would agree with that, and I think where there have been cuts made this evening to the budget, and the fact that, you know, there's discussion going around the community about a default budget. If you bring this to $1, it is going to have an impact on the services that we provide to this town.
Sorry.
I just have one, Randy. I
Linda?
just have a question. We don't know for sure that DRA would say that we have to take it out of our undesignated fund balance. They could say we take it out of our operating budget. We don't know that. So I don't want people to think, oh, well, what you said, oh, well, we'll just use the fund balance. They might come in here and say, you find that within your operating budget. When we were close on those warrant articles, that's what they told us to do. We had to find it out of the operating budget.
Right, I get that. I think that what some people are trying to do here, and I may be misinterpreting what's going on, is they're trying to anticipate not having that happen. That both the operating budget fails and it goes to default, and this fails. So they're trying to come up with a way of presenting the budget so that one and or the other passes, so that you're not in the quandary of having both failed. And I think you shouldn't look at the proposals as being against everything as much as they're trying to propose things in order to make it work to the best possible outcome.
Can I speak?
Any further discussion
Can I
on the
speak?
amendment?
Can I speak?
All right, seeing none, we're going to vote on the amendment, which is to take the $230,000 figure that you see in line 1 and move it to $1. All those in favor of doing that, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
The noes have it. Is there any further discussion on Article 22?
Yes, I would like to request that someone on the winning side of my earlier proposal step up and make the motion again to potentially take this $230,000 out of our unassigned fund balance to make this, as Karen said, we have the ability to pass it, because either way we're going to have to. And if we do have a default budget, finding this $230,000 and maybe even more is going to be a little harder than this governing body right now voting to use money from $3.2 million. If that $3.2 billion is just sitting in the bank doing nothing, waiting for a slush fund, why not use it where it's going to matter most? So I'm going to ask someone from the winning side of the motion that did not pass to use this from our unassigned fund balance to come up here and reopen this and make the motion again, please.
All right, so she's asked that somebody step forward, and I don't really think we need to do that. But basically what Bobby is asking is that we vote again on the motion that failed to have the $230,000 be taken from the unassigned balance. It already failed once, and my suggestion is we just vote on it again. You've made that motion, been seconded.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. We already voted on that.
I agree. And we can reconsider it.
I don't see a motion to reconsider. I'm going to
She just made it.
She's,
Oh, come on.
All right, so there we go. Again, so it's now on the table. All those in favor of taking the money out of the unassigned fund balance, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it. So moving along, is there any further discussion? You'd like to move that we not reconsider Articles 20 through 22. It's been seconded. All those in favor of not reconsidering
Aye.
13 to 9, 8 to 19, and restricting reconsideration. I shouldn't say not reconsider, but restricting reconsideration. We will therefore move on to Article 23. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to perform an evaluation to dictate the most efficient path forward for scheduled repairs, replacements, and maintenance at the sewer pump stations. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3732:76 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This appropriation will come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 is 4 cents per thousand. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee. Been moved by Brad Harriman. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Brad, you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you. We have 9 sewer pump stations in the town of Wolfeboro. The 2 major ones are being addressed right now, which are Lana Street and Mill Street. The 7 remaining pump stations are smaller ones that feed various sections of the town that feed up to these 2 major pump stations on Lana Street and Mill Street. These smaller stations are in need of various repairs and upgrades. I ask for your support for this article, and I'll turn this over to Steve for further details.
Thank you, Brad. As you mentioned, 9 stations. 2 of them are being rebuilt. We have 7 more that need a lot of attention. So this is going to get us starting on that path to do that, along with keeping them going in the foreseeable future. This should be something that we'll start to do each year as we start to assess these and put them up for replacement. This is extremely important, and we look forward to your support.
Any questions on Article 23? Seeing none, I declare that Article 23, and I'm going to add in Article 22, will appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 24. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $175,000 to be added to the existing wastewater treatment plant capital reserve fund, which as of December 31, 2024, has a balance of $227,921. These funds are under the custody of the trustee of the trust funds, with selectmen designated as agents to expend this capital reserve fund. This appropriation will come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 will be 7 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the selectmen and the budget committee. Been moved by Linda Murray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Been seconded. Linda, you want to start us off?
Sure. This warrant article asks voters to add $175,000 to the wastewater treatment plant reserve fund. Since 2007, the town has used a phased approach to upgrade the wastewater treatment plant. In 2007 and 2008, the town changed the treatment plant process. In 2010, the headworks were upgraded. In 2012, the spray field buildings were repaired. In 2013, this capital reserve fund was established to repair and improve the plant. In 2015, the wastewater treatment plant capital reserve warrant article laid out an 8-year, $1 million plan at $125,000 each year to make improvements to the 1970 plant. In 2015, the wastewater treatment plant was awarded the New Hampshire Small Wastewater Treatment Plant of the Year. It is time for the town to decide whether to continue with the phase upgrade approach or build a new plant. $77,000 of this year's appropriation will go to fund a financial analysis of whether the town should continue to upgrade the existing plant or whether it will be more cost efficient to build a new plant. Please support this warrant article.
Any further discussion, Article 24? Seeing none, it's a routine capital reserve fund funding. I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 25. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to replace the existing globe valve with a pressure release valve in an accessible vault to increase fire flow in the South Main Street zone. A new vault is needed so the valve can be accessible, serviceable, and kept out of the water table and safe. His appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32.7, number 6, and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This project will be paid for by the Water Enterprise Fund and will not result in any increase in the tax rate. It's unanimously recommended by the Selectmen as well as the Budget Committee. Been moved by Dave Senegal. Is there a second? There's a second. Dave, you want to start us off?
I don't think we need to add more time to this. This is pretty self-explanatory and something that's maintenance.
Any discussion on Article 25? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 26 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to continue yearly maintenance of the water treatment plant facility. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32.7.6 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This project will be paid for by the Water Enterprise Fund and will not result in any increase in the tax rate. Unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and Budget Committee. It's been moved by Brad Harriman. Been seconded. Brad, you want to start off?
Thank you. The town just finished doing a filter rehab project up at the water treatment plant. The asset management plan has identified various projects to address next. This is funded by the Water Enterprise Fund, so there's no impact on the tax rate. I ask for your support for this article. I'll turn this over to Steve Randall for further details.
Steve?
Critical piece of our infrastructure. We have to maintain it and continue on that path.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 26? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 27 to see if the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $380,000 to be added to the existing Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, which as of December 31, 2024, has a balance of $184,888. These funds are under the custody of the trustee of the trust funds with selectmen designated agents to expend. The estimated tax rate impact for 2025 is 15 cents per thousand. Been unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 9-1. Been moved by Brian DeShays, been seconded. Brian, you want to start us off?
So Steve has worked to get us on a 10-year plan to replace old equipment. The equipment he uses is the backbone of the DPW, and it's necessary for every project he does. If he has anything else to add, he's more than welcome to.
I'll keep it short. Right here, you'll see we're looking at highway equipment, but I would like to point out that this covers all of the Public Works Department. So that is the garage, the solid waste facility, all of our buildings and grounds, and the Highway Department. Right now, we have roughly $4.5 million worth of equipment across all of our departments that need to be upkept and replaced. And this is just the next in line of that list.
Any discussion on Article 27? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 28 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $32,000 to be added to the existing Abenaki Capital Reserve Fund, which as of December 31, 2024, had a balance of $33,030. These funds are under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds with selectmen designated as agents to expend. The estimated tax rate impact is 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and Budget Committee. It's been moved by Dave Senecal. Is there a second? Second. Dave, you want to start us off?
Yeah, this is an annual fund, as you can see, that we have now a balance of $33,000. This is used for equipment and stuff at the Abenaki ski area and at the lodge. Look for your support on this article.
Any discussion? Bobby?
So can you keep that up there? If you can see, there's a line on there, groomer, $100,000. So we have essentially moved that groomer to our budget under number 0145204440. We are paying the $22,000 lease right out of our operating budget now. So we're not expending the $22,000 for that groomer. So I would like to make a motion for this year, because we are all hurting and that $22,000 is already coming out and it's already accounted for, to change the sum to $10,000.
So you want to take the $32,000 number in line 1 and move it to $10,000. Is there a second to that proposed amendment? It's been seconded. So you want to elaborate on your proposed amendment?
So my proposed amendment is we are already getting, with that 10,000, we're already getting that 32,000. We have 33,000 sitting in there. We did not expend the first year of the lease, the 22,000, from the 33 that's in there. So that 32 is still being funded. It's just we're funding 22 right out of our operating budget.
Any discussion on the amendment? Jim?
Just to clarify.
Yeah, I would just add that this is funding the replacement of the groomer in 2044, not in 2024, because it's already been paid for. So if you do that, which you certainly can, there's going to be a catch-up period at some point.
Just a clarifying question for Bobby, if I could. So your idea here is zero it out?
No, I don't want to zero it out at all. And we had $33,000 in there that the 22 this year should have been taken from. So the capital reserve count is to build up, and you can see that groomer is a build up for the 44. The problem is we did not expend 22,000 of that 32 to pay for the groomer this time. So what I'm saying is we take the 10, instead of having 32 this year, if we can just do the taxpayers a little bit of, we just got the groomer, we just paid 22 this year, you sign the lease in a default year, we already have 22 of it coming out of the operating budget, so we're not expending from this account for the groomer. We already have it accounted for in our operating budget. So I'm just asking if we can change it just this year to $10,000, because the 22 is already being expended.
Brody?
Catch up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Town Manager. This is saving money for the groomer that's funded through the operating budget for its future replacement.
That is correct, and if I remember correctly, and I'm having a hard time, it's late at night, I believe we paid the deposit for the groomer out of this account in the 2024 budget.
Got it. So the deposit was paid for through this account. We have a groomer that's used and placed in service 2024. I assume it's right now, probably tonight. Grooming the mountain. I drive by, I drove on the way to the school board meeting in Tuftonboro. Kids were skiing, people were skiing, activity was happening, groomers were grooming, and that groomer's there. Pardon? I paid for this mic too. I think the biggest thing is by defunding $20,000 of this, you're seeing that's 5 times as much as to save for a future groomer in 2044. And the goal of this capital reserve fund is to defray the cost, so we don't have to go to the taxpayers 20 years from now and say, will you fund a $300,000 bond? It's so then we defray the cost over a 30-year period. So that's all. I think we should oppose the amendment.
Kevin?
Thank you, guys. Kevin French. So on this groomer, do we own the groomer or are we renting the groomer?
We own the groomer. It's a lease purchase.
So a lease purchase. Did we sell our other groomer?
It was part of the trade-in.
Traded in.
Okay. This fund started in 2012. I was part of its design because a little background, I worked for Abenaki for 24 years. The groomer was a gift from the Friends of Abenaki, and after a certain point of time, we realized that we couldn't maintain this piece of equipment. It was out of our realm. So Ethan Hipple, the Parks Director at that time, we had a discussion and we talked about it. So he went to the town to create this fund. So this fund was created in 2012 with a total of $15,200 each year progressively going into this fund, knowing that we were going to have to replace the groomer. The groomer expectancy life at that point was 10 years. That would have been 2017. We made it to, I retired in 2020. And so the groomer's replacement was coming up to that point, okay? The total put into that account at that point was $226,250, knowing that we were going to have to replace the groomer and other parts of the mountain. Wouldn't that have covered the cost to be putting in there so that your Abenaki or Parks and Rec budget doesn't jump the 32% this year that is directly related to the groomer rental?
So I think some things have occurred over a few years. Number one, I think the estimated cost of the groomer was higher than it was anticipated based on the capital reserve funding. Additionally, there was some lights that were installed. I believe it was to the tune of about $40,000, which was utilized from this account. And I don't recall what else, but those two items alone, I think, helped to capture some of what occurred to this capital reserve fund.
So, but I guess what I'm saying, knowing that a large purchase price was coming up in 2025, why would you do reasonable purchases? In 2014, Ethan Hipple had redone all the lighting on the mountain with high efficiency lighting, all new telephone poles, and all of that stuff. So you're telling me since 2014, we've redone the lighting again?
That's correct.
Okay.
122.
Who are the managers of this account?
Board of Selectmen,
Board
or
of
agents to
Selectmen.
expend.
And they have the knowledge and whereabouts of how Abenaki runs into where monies should be directed? Or is that recommendation gone from, who recommends the money, where the money gets spent?
We get a recommendation from the department head, and so it'd be head of Park and Rec. But I also want to talk, it wasn't really that groomer. That wasn't the only thing when this was set up. It was to get an account that would replace all the gifts that the Friends of Abenaki had. And so you'll see here snowmaking, the piping, the compressor, that whole gift to us was tremendous. And this was a capital reserve account to try to get it so we would have the replacement costs. So
maybe we look at the Friends of Abenaki and we get them to donate a percentage of funds as well as just donating an item, donating the funds to maintain that item so that it's not put on us as the taxpayers.
I don't recall any funds coming in for maintenance or I know we got the donation of the equipment and we got money for the lodge. I mean, it's huge. And this is the way to try to plan for when it would become on the taxpayer to pay for it. And that's what this
account. It doesn't seem like you're doing a correct job, though. If we've started this in 2012, we're now at the replacement time. Why didn't the money get saved for the replacement of the groomer?
I think
Why
we did.
Did it get spent on other items?
I don't think we were putting enough money in the fund over the years. I don't think we always had realistic figures of replacement. My 2 cents.
Okay. Another problem I see on this list is there is no replacement cost for the rope tow, which is the biggest piece of Abenaki. It was built in the 40s. I maintained it for 24 years under the guidance of the son of the man who built it. And there is no ongoing knowledge of that piece of equipment. So that is another piece of equipment that should be on this list. And I feel lodge maintenance should also be on this list too. So I don't know where I take it from here, but I would propose an amendment to cut the cost of the $32,000 down to a capped price of $25,000 a year.
So we have on the floor, Kevin, a motion or a proposed amendment to go from the 32 down to 10. So that's the one that's on the floor.
Okay.
So we'll vote on that. And if you want to make a different one, you obviously can do that.
Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on moving the number of 32,000 down to 10,000? Seeing none, all those in favor of that proposed amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
I think the noes have it. Does anybody have any further discussion or proposals on Article 28? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article. All right, so it's been moved that we not reconsider Articles 23 through 28. Is there a second? And second, all those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Articles 23 through 28, please say aye. Aye. All right, we will not reconsider 8 through 28. We will move on to 29. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the existing tree removal and replacement expendable trust fund, which as of December 31, 2024, had a balance of $55,732. Funds under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds with the selectmen designated agents to expend. This has an impact on our tax rate of 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee, and it's been moved by Linda Murray. It's been seconded. Linda, would you like to start us off?
Yep.
And then Sabette will get to you.
Thank you. I'm Sabette.
I get to go first. It's okay, just wait. We all can see how many ash trees have died. The town needs to plant new trees to gradually replace the beautiful ash trees that provided much-needed shade for the town. Please support this warrant article in March.
Sabette.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I did a little, this was discussed last year, and this year I did a little homework to prepare for it. And I'll try to be kind of quick, but I had a conversation with Steve this morning. I asked him about the numbers this past year, the number that we cut down, the number we planted. He didn't have those numbers. And I tried to reach Christine, and I didn't hear back from her. So I don't have specific numbers. Last year, Brian said that there were 3 eyes on this, because when I was talking about my concern about the lack of plantings or the fact that we weren't planting enough. And Brian said, well, there are 3 eyes on this. We have Kirk Titus, I guess the Board of Selectmen was one set of eyes, and Steve. And so the basic message was, don't worry, but I'm back and I'm worried. And so I was able today to have a conversation with Kirk Titus because I felt like maybe he had more insight into this than anyone. He's closer to it. And unfortunately, he couldn't be with us tonight to talk about it. But some of the things that he said were, in 2024, we took down hundreds of trees, but those trees needed to come down. We had issues, they were diseased. He did say that he feels like we're at the end of that. There may be a few here and there, but we're kind of at the end of that. In terms of planting, he said very few had been planted. He remembered a tree being planted on Arbor Day, and he remembered a couple of trees being planted maybe around a Parks and Rec building, but a handful. So there were very few planted. And one of the things that Steve had said last year, when I went back and looked at the video from the session, was that we would start planting in 2024. But I don't think that's really happened. In 2023, Kirk said that, to his knowledge, no trees were planted. Kirk also said, and I got his permission to share this, that he was frustrated with the process, that he had spoken to several people. I think he's spoken to Jim, he might have spoken to some other people, about his concern about the fact that we are not planting trees, that this process isn't, we're taking them down, and the answer is, well, we can't plant on Main Street, and that's understandable, but there are a lot of other places we could be planting. So, as our tree warden, I'm passing on that he also feels like it's time for us to really start planting again. So I would like to amend this article, or amend this warrant article, to say at the very end that a minimum of 20% of total funds shall be used for tree replacement. I'm not changing the numbers. I'm just, again, trying to put a priority on let's make sure we start planting and replacing, and that the focus is on, begins to be more on that.
All right, is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Jim?
Yeah, Sabat, I wish you had reached out to me. In about August timeframe, we came in front of the Board of Selectmen asking for utilizing capital reserve funds for tree planting based on the tree plan that was submitted on July 30th, 2024 for consideration, which included the replacement of 21 trees. The Board of Selectmen approved 2 at the Clark House, 4 at Sioux Glen Playground, 8 at Fossfield Pathway, 2 at Glendon Street parking lot, 4 at the entrance of Bridge Falls Path, and 1 at Town Hall, for a total of $17,000. That was approved as part of the 2024 request from the department. However, they never got the opportunity to plant.
Yeah, I'm remembering now that Steve said part of the problem is the labor, that it's obviously labor intensive, and that Parks and Rec just doesn't have the labor to do the work. But again, we've got to somehow, the manpower, we've got to somehow put the priority on this, because that's not changing. I didn't see that we're hiring more, and I know that Jim with the landscape guy, he's great, he works really hard, all of us guys do, but they just don't have the manpower to do it. So unless we change our priority, or just suck it up and start hiring an outside contractor, and I know it costs more to do that, but hire an outside company to start the planting, this is going to continue. We're going into year 3 without a change that I know of.
Can I ask a question? Right? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Sabet, is the 20% per year, what's the denominator on the 20%?
Well, you have in your budget, I mean, you've got this 55,732. You're asking for 25.
I'm just asking, you want to amend it.
I'm saying 20% of the total
per
funds
year?
per year.
Per year, okay.
Well, at least for next year.
For next year, because you only can do 1 year.
Right. I have a question for Steve. I was wondering if Steve could tell us, if we use 20% of the funds to plant trees, do we have enough money to take down dead trees that still exist? And if not, are some of those going to be left that could be a danger to the community?
So I'll speak to that a little bit. I know Barry had some things he wanted to chime in on it as well. So there is, and we are nowhere near done taking down dead trees in town. So there is a plan that Parks and Rec proposed last summer, as Jim just spoke to, for replanting. I'm not sure if you might have me confused with somebody about the labor thing, because when we had this morning, that wasn't the email.
Oh, no, that's what Kirk said.
Okay, so where we are at, we don't track how many we take down. That's not part of our protocol. But back to Brian's question, we still have way more to take down before we need to, before we can plant. But we could still plant, absolutely.
Then do it.
But we have a lot of trees to take down. So however that gets broken out, If it's 20% that has to be planted, we just have to have the places to plant down. Again, we're not doing anything along this whole stretch for the next 4 or 5 years, which is where a lot of the dead ones have been removed from. I hope that answers your question.
Is it your responsibility, or does it fall on Parks and Rec to plant the trees?
So as we have it set right now, we're taking them down and they are replanting. Jimmy Aponis is the one that created that replacement plan and identified the places that he could put those in town to help offset what we are taking down, because the majority of what we have taken down has been on a stretch of road that we are not replanting right now. If you go outskirts of town, which Barry can probably speak to a little bit better than me, there's still many diseased ash trees that need to be removed. We did a fair amount on Pleasant Valley Road the year before last. We did some in North Wolfeboro this year, but there's still many, many that has to come down.
I'm just reiterating from Kirk his frustration that there are plenty of places that we could be replanting that aren't like in the, on the side of the road somewhere, that are in town where they have an effect, a direct effect on the beauty of this town, on the air quality, on a lot of other things. So it's not, and I think also, I don't know how it works with the electric company and when they take down trees, if that's part of this budget also, because that's a wide swath of trees they take down. Don't get me started.
All right. Suzanne? And I just want to remind everybody, we're on Article 29. We have 10 to go. It is 11:30, and I've been trying to expeditiously move this along, so please help me.
I think maybe you should ask at some point, do we want to continue and continue with it? But at any rate, to give some context to what I support what Sabette's trying to do. In 22, we had Bartlett do a tree report for us. It's an inventory about identifying how many trees, how many species, where they are, and then they made a recommendation, which we have, they identified 661 trees, 38 species, and they identified the vigor of the tree and the tree's risk of assessment of removal. They also identified pruning of 176 trees, which is 27%, vine removal of 37 trees was 6%, structural support on 18 trees for 3%, root collar, whatever that is, 71 trees, 11%, and removal, 230 trees due to the condition or the location. That is 35% removal of just that area. The inventory by Bartlett was done on Main Street, Center Street, Pleasant Valley, and they identified and made a map of that area, and they assigned a dollar value as an example. 6 northern red oaks are valued at $56,800.
So the summary is that you're in favor of the amendment.
We have over $1 million in value of trees. We only have a plan to care for them and take them down. We have no refurbished plan for replacing trees. And I stand testament to the fact that I paid for a report for Albee Beach care of trees, and it was put on a shelf and nothing done with it, and we're still not caring for those trees. I fully support what she's trying to do and get a percentage of trees planted. So I ask that you call a vote.
All right, so the question's been called. All those in favor of terminating debate on the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, so we're going to vote. No, you called the question. You just called the question.
I know, but it's been voted.
No, now we're voting on it. Now we're trying to vote on it. So now the question is, do we put at the end of the paragraph, with a minimum of 20% of the funds shall be used for replanting per year? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on Article 29?
I'd like to offer an amendment to increase the amount from $25,000 to add $25,000. That will bring us to $100,732. So the amendment is to add 20,000. Add 20,000. That's like less than a cent.
Okay, wait a minute. So that's the $25,000 number
To add 20 to that. we'll
to
bring
make it 45.
45.
Add 20 to the 25
To make it 45.
Makes it 45.
to make it 45.
All right, so it's been proposed that you want to change the $25,000 to $45,000. Is there a second? Is there any discussion on that proposed amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Do your hands. All those in favor, please put up your hand for in favor. And opposed? Yeah, the noes definitely have it. Any further discussion on Article 29? Seeing none, I declare that Article 28 and 29 will appear on the ballot as read. Move on to Article 30, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $175,000 for the purpose of final upfitting of the public safety building project, and to authorize the use of that amount on December 31 restricted fund balance for this purpose. This amount represents the interest earned on the bond funds for the public safety building project. This has zero impact on the assessed taxes, the estimated tax rate impact for 2025, unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and the Budget Committee. It's been moved by Paul O'Brien, it's been seconded. Paul, you want to start us off with an amendment?
Who's got the amendment?
Okay, I got the amendment. The amendment is to take a single word, restricted, and move it to unassigned. It's a housekeeping matter. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, so that word has been amended from restricted to unassigned. Is there any further discussion on Article 30?
So this was really just a housekeeping item that will be on the record if you need it. When the public safety building was put forward to the voters a few years ago, it was for the construction of the building. Hanging steel, those kinds of things. What was not included in that and was not contemplated to be included in that was the upfit costs that go on inside of the building. Money was appropriated, money was put in the bank, interest has accrued on the money that's in the bank, and Chief Zadi is going to come. Are you going to come up, Tom? Who's coming up?
I got it.
Who's got it?
I got it.
Jim's going to take care of this one. There you go. Jim's going to explain what's going to be done in the upfitting cost. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. So this article, the New Hampshire DRA, when we submitted it, they requested we change restricted to unassigned. The bond proceeds were in a restricted account. The Board of Selectmen will be able to move those funds from restricted to unassigned fund balance, and then we'll be able to utilize funds for the purpose of final upfitting. Here's an idea of what some of these final outfitting costs look like. One of the major ones is a fence around the back of the property to offer some light protection to the neighbors. So there's $35,000 in gym equipment, final upfitting of the hose tower, $63,000, access system to the building, $27,000, and a fence for $40,000 for $165 and some change. And we know there'll be some other ancillary items. Again, no tax rate impact because this is from bond proceeds.
Any further discussion? Bobby?
I just have one. All night, we can't take it from there, and now all of a sudden we're taking, I fully approve you're taking it from there.
It's clear in the warrant article that we're asking
Fully
for.
approve. I fully approve we're taking it from there. Great job, but just don't be hypocritical.
Any further discussion on Article 30? Suzanne?
Yeah, I just have a question. Why are you changing it from restricted to unrestricted? Is the restricted not there, the money not there?
The money is in a restricted account today. We cannot take money from a restricted account and utilize it. It has to be moved to the unassigned fund balance and then utilized.
Okay.
Just explain that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I declare that Article 30 will appear on the ballot as amended. Article 31, which is a housekeeping article, to see if the town will vote to discontinue the following. In 2001, Parks and Rec Fossfield Building CRF had $371 in it. The 2001 Town Office Facility Capital Reserve Fund had $207 in it. The 2002 Wolfeboro Public Library Public Capital Reserve Fund had $20 in it. And in 2015, the Abenaki Lodge Capital Reserve Fund built for Four Season Lodge at $2,693. Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the municipality's general fund undesignated fund balance, unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee. It's been moved by Linda Murray. Is there a second? Linda, do you have anything to say?
No, I think it says it all.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion?
Done.
That's a yes?
No.
Oh, Jesus, come on.
Article 31.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to make an amendment that said funds to be used to reduce the, to be used to reduce the tax rate. Give it back to us.
Used to reduce tax. Is there a second? There's been a second. Any discussion on having that roughly $3,000 or $4,000 worth of money used to reduce the tax rate? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Opposed?
No.
The noes have it. It fails. Is there any further discussion on Article 31? Seeing none, I declare the article will appear on the ballot as read. Article 32. To see if the town will vote to modify the elderly exemption from property taxes based upon assessed value for qualified taxpayers to be used as follows. For persons 65 of age up to 75, $100,000. For persons 75 years of age up to 80, $150,000. For persons 80 years of age or older, $200,000. To qualify for the elderly exemption set forth above, the person must have been a New Hampshire resident for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such a person's spouse, they must have been married to each other for at least 5 consecutive years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $35,300, or if married, a combined net income of less than $47,100, and own net assets of less than $100,000, excluding the value of the person's residence. This will have zero impact on the assessed valuation recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a vote of 4-0. Brian DeShays has moved, has been seconded. Brian, you want to start us off on this one?
I think it's self-explanatory, and I don't think anybody will be speaking against it.
All right. Is there any discussion on Article 32? Seeing none, I declare the article read on the ballot as read. Moving to Article 33. The roadway from Pleasant Valley Road to Pickering Corner, Brewster Field, will be constructed identically regardless of how the intersections are built. A is your first choice for Route 28 and Route 109 intersection, a compact roundabout. Trucks and buses would be able to traverse the center of the roundabout if necessary. Town parking spaces will be lost, the war memorial will be moved, and the 2 trees beside the memorial will be cut down. If your first choice is your first choice, or B is your first choice for the intersection of Route 28 and Route 109 to be constructed in the current configuration, minimum build, with better marking lanes, 2 parking spaces will be lost, the war memorial and trees will not be removed. Been moved by Linda Murray. Is there a second? There's a second. Linda, you want to start us off on this one?
Yes. Article 33 and the next one, 34, ask the voters about their preference on how to configure the intersection of Route 28, 109, Pickering Corner, and McManus Road, Canapache Road. The Board of Selectmen held several meetings in 2024 on Route 28 project. On June 5th, 2024, the board held a public hearing to receive public input. On October 22nd, 2024, the board held a work session to evaluate the pros and cons of each intersection design. On November 13th, 2024, the Board of Selectmen held a public forum to hear public input on the intersection designs and moving the electric poles. At its November 20th, 2024 Select Board meeting, the board heard from Steve Randall on New Hampshire DOT's answers to the questions raised on November 3rd at the November 3rd meeting. On December 25th, all members of the Board of Selectmen signed a letter to New Hampshire DOT supporting the Route 28 corridor construction, but noting, one, the Select Board intended to ask the voters of Wolfeboro by ballot at the 2025 town meeting to provide direction on roundabouts or not at Pickering Corner and McManus Road intersections, and two, requested New Hampshire DOT to consider minimum disturbance to healthy trees, as this corridor is considered a scenic byway under New Hampshire RSA 238:19. On Thursday, February 25th, New Hampshire DOT will hold a public information meeting to inform citizens and public officials on the information regarding the proposed Wolfeboro Route 28 project. New Hampshire DOT will present the project's progress and explain the roundabout and minimum build intersection in detail. The informational meeting will be held in the Town Hall Great Hall. The doors will be open at 5:30 for informal viewing of the presentation material. At 6 p.m., New Hampshire DOT presentation, and at 7, questions and answers. Please attend to have the most up-to-date information on the intersections. Specifically, Article 33 addresses the layout at Pickering Corner. A, the compact roundabout will only have one lane coming into the roundabout, so no slip lane. The roundabout will push the road towards Brewster, giving more room to the gas station. At the August 24th, 2023 public hearing, Stantec stated that the compact roundabout would calm traffic, have the best traffic capacity, and would improve safety. The compact roundabout will change the look at Pickering Corner. It will be very different. 2 large, beautiful trees by the War Monument will need to be cut down, and the War Monument will have to be moved because the roadway will be pushed towards Brewster Academy. The apron of the roundabout will be designed so large trucks and buses can use the apron/center island to make a turn. 2 parking spaces will be lost. B, minimum build layout for Pickering Corner will have some small improvements, but the existing intersection of Route 28 and 109 will basically look the same. There will be a loss of 2 parking spaces. The travel lanes and turn lanes will be as they are today. The minimal build will be the least disruption option to traffic flow during construction, will cost less than the compact roundabout.
Ann?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to know how you want to do this, because there are the 2 of them. So I'll start with 33.
That would be a good one to start with.
I'd like to propose a complete wording change, which a lot of you have a blue sheet. Anybody who doesn't?
I have one that says 34 only.
Other side.
Flip it over,
Flip
Randy.
it over.
We're very
Now I have 33 too.
This is a very green operation. So you're going to ask my purpose. Would you like me to read these? How would you like to do this?
So I'm doing whatever you would like to do. So if you want to propose an amendment, why don't you read your amendment?
As written here, as distributed in the audience and to the those in the front. And I can read it, or I can...
So we definitely have to read it.
Okay.
So go ahead, regardless.
So I move that we amend the Article 33 as follows. For the intersection at Route 28 and Route 109 Pickering Corner. Regardless of whether this intersection is constructed in its current configuration, parentheses, minimum build, with better marking of lanes or constructed as a compact roundabout, the roadway from Pleasant Valley Road to Pickering Corner, parentheses, Brewster Field, will be constructed according to the DOT Department of Transportation plans, parentheses, with sidewalks and bike lanes. The DOT has stated that during peak traffic hours, neither option or choice will alleviate traffic congestion. Is your first choice for the intersection of Route 28 and Route 109 to be constructed in its current configuration, also known as minimum build, with better marking of lanes? 2 parking spots will be lost. Yes or no? B, is your first choice for the Route 28 and Route 109 intersection a compact roundabout? 2 parking spaces will be lost. The War Memorial will be moved and the 2 trees beside the memorial will be cut down. Large trucks with trailers, emergency vehicles, fire engines, large buses, box chip trucks, and large plow trucks would need to traverse a center portion of the roundabout. Yes or no?
All right, is there a second to that? All right, it's been seconded. So what's the purpose of your proposed amendment?
So even though there have been many meetings, and I've attended many myself, as so many of you have in this room, for clarity for voters, particularly for those who haven't been able to come to those meetings, this warrant article needs to be clear to provide an informative and clear warrant article. Both of these specifically clarify differences between the minimum build and the compact roundabout. Note the words that state, neither will alleviate traffic congestion. And I think that hasn't really been clear through all the meetings I've been in. Additionally, there are some benefits that haven't been listed in this warrant article, but it's far more, it is far more detailed than the one on the screen. It's not on the screen.
So basically, the 2 changes are that it'll be constructed according to the DOT plans, which are not in the first one. And secondly, you want to put in language that says that neither option will alleviate traffic for provide clarity. That's the substance of your
I would like
amendment?
to replace the wording as spelled out here.
No, I agree, but that's the substance of it. We have people up on the TV that cannot read that, so I'm trying to summarize it for them.
Oh, I see. You're trying to summarize it. Yeah, there's more detail in here, more clarity for the purpose of the warrant article.
All right, is there any discussion on Ann's proposed amendment? Brad?
Yeah, I just wanted to make an observation that I see here anyway. Under, with your A and your B there, you go into more detail than the proposal that we have presented out to you tonight here.
Clearly.
But one of the things that it's all the detail that's in there tends to lean it toward one direction, pointing in one direction of being the problems with them. There's nothing mentioned at all about the safety factors, the information that Stantec and the engineers have said about flow of traffic, things like that being improved in there at times. They have said at every one of these meetings, that I've been to all of them too, and every one of these meetings they have stated that there are going to be times in the summertime where nothing is going to work. That's been said multiple times.
That's
and
what
stuff
this
here.
says.
I know, but you said that it hasn't been clear. I just want to say it's been said at every meeting that it has been. So that's the issue I have, is that it portrays the choices here, especially the roundabout choice, as being viewed strictly on a negative basis, with just the trees being removed, the trucks won't be able to get through it, and the problems that are with it. And it's not being equal, I don't think, is what the point I'm making. That's just my observation.
All right, Ryan?
So I have a copy of minutes from 2019. And the minutes are from Jason Ayotte, when he came after the first steering committee was closed, and he came for the second committee, which was called the Public Awareness Committee. And he said, the project proposes to address the poor pavement conditions, remove the existing concrete slab, upgrade the existing drainage system, and provide stormwater treatment, provide safer accommodations for pedestrians and bicyclists, improve safety at intersections with project limits, and maintain historic character of the town. He said that the recommendations were a 2-lane roadway with sidewalks from Pickering Corner to Pleasant Valley Road, unsignalized intersections at Pickering Corner, a left-hand turn at McManus Road, safety and lighting improvements to uncontrolled pedestrian crosswalks, safety improvements for golf course crossing, and speed reduction. There was no mention of roundabouts even in this at all. And then later in that same meeting, it was addressed at the Pickering Corner intersection. It was asked, what about a roundabout? What might it cost comparison to unsignalized intersections? Well, the DOT hadn't even estimated roundabouts because it had already been decided by our first steering committee up until 2017 that they were going to rebuild the intersections as is. So I don't think that this is biased towards roundabouts or having the intersections built as is. And I think that they addressed safety, and when they addressed safety and other things, it wasn't saying here that roundabouts were better or regular intersections were better, but this was their proposal.
I don't think information and facts are presenting bias. I think the facts need to be spelled out, and this is attempting to do that. We could wordsmith it all night. I don't think anybody wants to do that at near midnight or wherever the heck we are. But I know people want to speak, so I'm going to get out of the way.
Mr. Brown. Oh, I guess Maggie was ahead of you.
Hi, Derek Brown. I've been looking at this as well, and I do find Ms. Murray's reading of the original warrant article, I'm going to use the word deceptive to the novice. I understand you're reading what's in print, but to remind everybody, this project started back in 2010 and has been kicked down the road until 2018 through an original group. Several are sitting up on that top stage right now that said, this is what we're thinking of doing, let's work with the DOT. The DOT came in and presented cooperation with Mr. Ayotte, and they went through an evaluation and a research projects which lasted for almost 9 years of kicking it down the road. And I think tonight we have seen plenty of examples of this board kicking things down the road to learn later it's an insurmountable mountain to get over. So plain and simple, I fully support how this has been reworded to make it simple. But what I got out of this is in 2018, the DOT said, stick to this basic build or rebuild. Nothing to do with roundabouts. Roundabouts did not come up until this select board mentioned them starting in 2019. Because I don't think they heard what they wanted to hear from the DOT.
No, you're foolish.
So here we are. What was originally forecast is, and again, I'm going to have some of these numbers a little wrong, probably around $10 million, is very possibly not enough to do it now, even without the roundabouts. And what's going to happen for the money shortages once this is all tore up? That's what I see happening here. More indecision, and now the town is going to be held hostage due to that indecision. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie?
It's not clear to me if this is a binding question to the voters. Could someone answer that for me, please?
It's a non-binding referendum. It's just advisory.
Well, let me say one thing. We aren't going to ask the question not to follow what the voters say. Okay?
Say that again?
It's not binding, but if you turn around and ask the voters what they want, we're not going to say, oh, we're not going to do that now. If we didn't care, we wouldn't have asked to vote on it. So we will do, in my opinion, what the voters vote in, because that's what we're asking. What do you prefer?
Okay, and my second question then builds off what Mr. Brown just said, which is, it would be helpful to see costs for option A and option B too, because that's the way the rest of this warrant is couched in terms of what is it going to cost me, the taxpayer, and that may influence how people vote on this as well. Is there any way that you could add that?
The state is paying the whole $10 million for the build. The only difference would be there could be anywhere from $80,000 to $100,000, maybe more, don't know, in savings if roundabouts weren't built that could be used for other processes in the construction.
But we have not seen those figures.
No, we haven't seen those.
We haven't seen any figures.
Do I need to make an amendment saying, could we please have cost information included with this question?
Well, we have an amendment on the floor already, which is what we're discussing, which is Ann's amendment. So, no, you can't do it
That's true.
now.
I can't do it now.
Right.
Okay, thank
But
you.
you could it later if that was important. Harold, are you going over there to say something, or are you, is there any other discussion on the proposed
Randy?
amendment? So Linda and then Karen.
I just want to clarify that the board, there was a, starting in 2010, there were context-sensitive meetings in which we got the opinions from the public on what they wanted. We had Stantec's out here with drawings, and then there was a steering committee, and the letter that went to the state was that we preferred the enhanced intersection, and we would find the, at that point, it was a mini roundabout acceptable if it could be brought down, and the signalized intersection is not preferred. So that was the work from 2010 to 2018, and a report went to the state of New Hampshire DOT on it. So that's a document. In fact, it's on the DOT website for this project.
Karen?
Well, I think everybody's made a good point. I mean, I would agree with Brad. I think the wording does have, it sounds like a bias to me because there's more words attributed to one option than another. I mean, just on that level itself. And I don't know that resurrecting all of the 12, 15, 20 years of history here is getting us any further along. I do believe that the simpler the wording, the easier it is going to be for people, but they need to know the answer to the question. It's not going to affect their tax rate. So I know that's not part of the amendment now, but I want to get up again. So I would just say that's worth including.
Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Scott?
I just have the feeling that people aren't going to understand, because most of the time in this town, most of the people just vote yes on everything. And I've been driving truck forever, 44 years. Mr. Harriman gave me that opportunity, 1981. So when I go to the Ospey Circle, it's like when you get to the Ospey Circle and there's cars coming, in a bunch of cars coming, I'm just getting there with my truck or your car, whatever. Once there's a line of cars coming through, you got to sit there and wait. It's like a train. And no matter how long the train is, you're going to sit there until all the cars are gone. So that's what's going to happen. And I'm just trying to educate people what's going to happen. And maybe some people won't agree with me, but I got a pretty good idea this is what's going to happen. When the traffic coming from the south comes into Wolfeboro, it's just going to be a total line of cars, like on a Friday night, let's say. And all the people are going to be like, when's this going to stop? It's not going to stop. The people coming up the hill or the people coming wanting to go down the hill are going to be sitting there and sitting there. And that's what's going to happen. It's not going to make the traffic any better. It's going to make it worse. So why are we even doing this? And another thing over in Ossipee is like if two vehicles are getting to the circle at the same time, it's like a race. And I've seen it. And it's like, it's like playing chicken. And so I think you're going to have accidents up here, more accidents. The way it is now, we know that there's a traffic problem. We have to deal with it. It's there. But the way it is now, at least when people are coming from South Wolfeboro into town and the traffic is backed up at the school, say school's getting, kids are getting on the buses, and people have to stop at the intersection, most people are smart enough to know that don't block the intersection. So people don't block the intersection so the people coming up the hill can still come up the hill and go left and head south. That's not going to happen if you put a traffic circle in there. What's going to happen is the traffic circle is going to fill up and everybody's going to be deadlocked, is what's going to happen. I mean, think about it. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so you are drifting off the amendment, Scott. The amendment is whether we should replace the existing language with new language. So if you in favor of the new language or the old language is really
Okay, well, all right, I'm sorry.
We understand that's okay. You're trying to talk to the merits, but we get the idea.
All right.
Thank you. Harold?
I find the new language is no less biased than the old language. I can find fault with either one of them, but I agree. I don't think these traffic circles are going to change anything. And what really bothers me is that in the 90s when I was on planning board, we did the master plan. Preserve our rural route character, preserve the charm of the town. What they're going to do to South Main Street's not going to do that, though I do agree with putting bike lanes and everything else. But what really bothers me is you as a board want to move a war memorial, and to me that's just plain wrong, and I don't think you've put enough thought into that.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, the amendment basically is to replace in its entirety the existing article and to replace it with what we have on this blue sheet, which I do have to just read, regardless of whether this intersection is constructed in its current configuration, minimum build with a better marking of lanes, or constructed as a compact roundabout, the roadway from Pleasant Valley Road to Pickering Corner, Brewster Field, will be constructed according to the DOT plans with sidewalks and bike lanes. The DOT has stated that during peak traffic hours, neither option/choice will alleviate traffic congestion. A is your first choice for the intersection Route 28 and 109 to be constructed in its current configuration, minimum build with better marking lanes. 2 parking spots will be lost, yes, no. B is your first choice for Route 28 and Route 109 intersection, a compact roundabout. 2 parking spaces will be lost. The war memorial will be moved, and 2 trees beside the memorial will be cut down. Large trucks with trailers, emergency vehicles, fire engines, large buses, box chip trucks, and large plow trucks would need to traverse the center portion of the roundabout. Yes, no. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed?
No.
I think the ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on Article 33 as amended? If not, we're going to move on to Article 34. Are you getting up for 33?
Both Karen Burnett Curry and I thought we ought to add some information about cost
Okay.
to the taxpayer.
So what would you like to add?
I can't say the cost, but I would like to at least add the information that Brian maybe or somebody.
I think the best we can say is that that at this present time there will be no additional cost to the taxpayer for this project. We might be able to say, can we say that?
No.
Well, we have the tree problem. But in terms of the construction of the roadway, Jason Ayotte said that what has been designed so far would be covered all by the state funding.
Then I would like to make an amendment that reads, what has been designed
will be at no
Well, let her-
cost to the taxpayer.
Will the DOT design, as it stands now, or something like that, will not incur any additional cost to the taxpayers?
Well,
Except, we can't say that
No.
if it's option B on Article 33.
No, all of them, all of them.
Okay.
The whole thing is free unless my understanding, they have it designed, and let's say we wanted to do something different on the sidewalk that was outside what they had budgeted, and we wanted to add something to it, then it might be on our dollar. But what they're designing, they will pay for.
Hey, Brad?
Yeah, I'll just add to what Linda said here. These DOT projects, they'll pay 100% of the road construction, sidewalk construction, drainage, stormwater management. The only time that the town will be asked for any funds is if any infrastructure needs to be removed or relocated or redone. And that's going to be, the only infrastructure involved with this one is the relocation of utility poles and the power, which Barry has been involved with, and he's talked about cost estimates for that. Other than that, everything else they're doing there would be no cost to the town at all.
So I think the point of my amendment might be to differentiate costs between option A and option B.
But we don't know those
don't know
kind of
those.
things.
We
We don't know
really don't
those.
know.
No.
No, there are just things that somebody said at one of the meetings that said this would be less costly, but we have no figures. In fact, that February 20th meeting, people should come to or watch, because they're going to get, and we are going to get, where the latest design, where they are. They're going to clarify the roundabout and the mini build so all of us have a better understanding. We've seen many different designs and have talked about many different things. I will say that in 1955, we were declared a white line to white line district, which means that the state of New Hampshire would only maintain between those two white lines was 24 feet. And in 2007, I have a letter from the Attorney General saying that the Commissioner of DOT has the authority to decide whether they're going to hold to that white line to the white line, and they were going to do it. We, at that point, were arguing about drainage. So it came as a big surprise to me, and I think to others, that they were going to pay for the whole thing.
Randy, I think one point of clarification. It's my understanding, and Steve Randall can clarify this for me, but it's my understanding we're kind of at a standstill right now until this decision is made for New Hampshire DOT to go forward with further engineering, because they need to know which project we, as the town, want to go forward with. And that's why this question is coming in front of you, so that that can be put in front of DOT to say, we want this or this. And then I think that's when the more comprehensive cost estimates will be generated.
So you've got an amendment.
I do.
Which you said with all costs be borne by the DOT, which I thought you were trying to put after the word bike lanes. But it's not clear to me from what you guys are saying that that's accurate, because the sidewalks and bike lanes will be the town cost or state cost?
I think I'd like to withdraw what I said.
Okay,
and-
good. The next person can say something. Thank you.
I think there are people only making a choice between whether they want the intersection to be A or B.
Right.
Correct.
And I think the financial end of it is there's no difference in cost to
Correct.
the taxpayers of
Correct.
Wolfeboro if you choose A or B.
Correct.
So that's what we want to say. The other issues of whether it costs us for a tree here or something there is outside of the choice we're making related to the intersection.
So, an amendment.
They're cutting down trees.
All right, so,
But we're not.
ladies, do you have anything further to say? Otherwise, Bobby, you're
I
up.
do. The difference between the two, there is a cost analysis difference between the two. One, you're moving a war memorial. The DOT is not moving that. The DOT is not cutting down our trees. The other thing is, I come to a lot of these meetings, and I watch a certain gentleman over there who's lovely when he comes and he gives us all those figures, talk about how we have to move telephone poles. So sitting up there and saying that there's no cost to this whole project, we do have a cost. We have a telephone pole cost, right?
Utility
I
poles.
apologize, utility poles.
And trees.
And trees. So to say there's no cost,
Could I
I think the.
speak to that? And I think what the intent of these documents are, I think what was missing, not a criticism, but what was missing is the piece between Pickering Corner and McManus. That is, it doesn't change, right? If you could have a roundabout or a mini build, you could have something else at McManus. What goes on in between is a subject of conversation with DOT. And to your point, the question is, are we going to have 2 lanes of traffic? Are we going to have 1 lane of traffic? How many utility poles? How many trees? Where are they coming down? That's inelastic to these conversations about Pickering Corner and McManus. A whole bunch of trees could be taken down or not. That's a conversation I believe is going to be taking place in more detail at the upcoming conversation, okay? So I don't think there's any intent here to kind of wool eyes pulled. I don't think there's any of that stuff going on. It's just that stuff in the middle is going to be.
I got Suzanne next, and then Brian.
Quick question. Associated costs with this choice A or B. You'll have to come back and ask us for money for the sidewalks and the bike lanes?
No.
No.
Oh, no, they said they'd do the sidewalks.
And the bike lanes.
And the bike lane. The curbing, they'll go right through.
So there's ancillary associated costs, but you're going to have to come back for that money, even if it's $5,000.
Absolutely, if there is.
So I don't know why we address it here.
Yep.
This is just
Correct.
a choice question.
Correct.
The money, you're going to have to come back. And then we go, oh, surprise, why didn't you tell us there was money? But you're telling us there's going to be some associated costs. We could vote the associated costs down, and this never happens.
Yep. And I could be incorrect, but I don't think I am. The state has said that they will move the war memorial and take down the trees. That's part of the project.
Yeah,
Correct?
that's my understanding.
And there will be telephone poles, utility poles moved. Barry has cut the number down significantly, and I don't want to misspeak, Barry can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is built into our rate structure, so I don't know if there'll be a tax impact on that or not.
He doesn't have a tree planting budget.
All right, Mr. Brown, to sort of wrap this up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinio, you said it great, actually, about the decision process from this point forward. But I want to remind everybody that's listening, this decision process happened in 2018. DOT worked with the town for those first 8 years to say, this is what we suggest. That's one of the most significant choices still on the table. And what is this calendar year?
2025.
Okay. So we're still talking about what was the summary from DOT 7 years ago.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move it along.
Yep. Call the question.
So we don't need to call the question, we're going to move it right along. I declared the article appear on the ballot as amended, so it will now be what we see on this blue sheet of paper. That is what will appear on the ballot. We will now move to Article 34. The roadway from Pleasant Valley Road to Pickering Corner, Brewster Field, will be constructed identically, regardless of how the intersections are built. A is your first choice for the intersection of Route 28 and McManus/Canapatchee Roads High School Arts Center entrance, a compact roundabout. Trucks and buses would be able to traverse the center of the roundabout if necessary. Yes or no? B is your first choice for the intersection of Route 28 and McManus/Canapatchee Roads, the High School Arts Center entrance, to be constructed in its current configuration, minimum build with better marking lanes. Yes or no? This has been moved by Linda seconded. Linda, you want to start us off, or is there nothing further to
I don't
add?
think there's anything more to say. Let's just get going.
Andy, you want to make a motion to
I'd like to
adopt
make a
your
motion.
Article 32? It's been seconded. All those in favor,
34.
please. 34.
34.
Thank you. It's been seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing that amendment, please say aye. 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 So that'll pass. We move on to Article
And thank you for those who collaborated on the wording. Came from the people.
35. Shall the voters of the town of Wolfeboro vote to rescind and abolish the Wolfeboro Police Commission pursuant to New Hampshire RSA 105C7 to be effective upon passage of this article? This has been submitted by petition. Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to ask to amend the article if it's proper.
That's absolutely proper, and I will read it for you. So he wants to delete the existing article and put some new phraseology in there, although the substance is the same, and the new language will be as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Wolfeboro vote to rescind the actions of the March 1960 town meeting establishing the Wolfeboro Police Commission, which would have the effect of abolishing the Wolfeboro Police Commission effective May 31, 2025. Did I characterize that accurately?
Yes, you did.
Is there a second? So now tell us why you want to amend this article.
My name is Pete Llewellyn. I'm here to speak in favor of warrant Article 35, which effectively eliminates the Wolfeboro Police Commission if it passes. The reason I'm in favor of abolishing the Police Commission is because...
So let me just interrupt you just for a sec. We're really only on your amendment as to why we should change the language, and then you can tell us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there any discussion? This is it's a housekeeping.
I wanted to change that because the wording was incorrect.
That's what I understand. Is there any discussion on the change of the wording? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed. Now tell us why you want to abolish the police
I
commission.
apologize. The reason I'm in favor of abolishing the police commission is because, in my opinion, they have not been acting in the best interest of the town of Wolfeboro, and it appears that they may have an agenda. As of late, the town of Wolfeboro has lost an exorbitantly high number of seasoned, trained, and well-respected officers, and I believe it needs to stop. There has also been an inordinately high number of internal investigations that I suspect have cost the taxpayers of the town of Wolfeboro tens of thousands of dollars. To the best of my knowledge, there is an investigator position at the Wolfeboro Police Department that was created for that very reason. It is my understanding the position is responsible for investigating complaints lodged against the police department. If that is correct, there's likely a much larger issue at hand here, and I, for one, don't feel that anything is being done about it. At the January Wolfeboro Police Commission meeting, I, as well as other people, spoke during the public input period. During that time, I asked a multitude of questions, and a couple were responded to that evening. One had to do with exit interviews and why they have not been done on a regular basis. The second was to do with why the workforce numbers were down. Neither explanation given to me was palatable, or do I accept. Please feel free to watch the recent commission meetings on YouTube, especially last month, or even the February and March 2024 editions, and come to your own conclusion. Or even better, come to the commission meeting next week and find out for yourselves if the people you elected are doing what you would expect from them. For these reasons and other questionable behavior by the commission, it is my hope that we get enough votes to abolish the police commission. Once that is done, the town manager and select board can demand that the administrative staff at the department rectify what is going on down there and return our police department to a revered and respected status. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on Article 35? It's pretty self-explanatory. Bobby.
One just quick question. If we abolish this, how much, what does that do to you, Jim, and your department and needing extra staff or anything? What would this do?
I believe that the police department is heavily regulated by state statutes and the duties that they have to perform. The chief, the captain, and I have bi-monthly meetings. They're a pretty self-sufficient organization. I do not believe that it would impact my operations as town manager significantly.
Any further discussion, Article 35? Seeing not yet. So I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as amended, and it's now been moved to restrict reconsideration on Articles 29 through 35. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on those, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we will now not reconsider tonight Articles 8 through 35. We move on to Article 36, to see if the town will vote to authorize the plowing and maintenance of two roads, Frank Goodwin Road and Dudley Road, 0.4 mile total length, due to their frequent use by residents of Wolfeboro, town vehicles, police vehicles, fire and rescue vehicles traveling between Old Lakeview Terrace and Forest Road, and access to fire hydrants. Purpose of petition: under RSA 231:59-A, a municipality may vote to provide snow removal and/or maintenance on private roads if such services are in the public interest. Frank Goodwin Road and Dudley Road are consistently traversed by residents of Wolfeboro, town vehicles, police vehicles, fire and rescue vehicles as a vital cut-through between Old Lakeview Terrace and Forest Road, and access to fire hydrant. Maintaining these roads during the winter months ensures public safety, efficient travel, and uninterrupted access for town services, including emergency vehicles. Justification: number one, public use. The roads serve as critical connections for citizens and employees, reducing travel time and improving accessibility. Two, public safety. Ensuring these roads are plowed during winter enhances safety for residents and emergency services. Three, cost efficiency. Plowing these roads benefits a broad section of public, justifying the minimal additional cost of the town. We, the undersigned, request the including of this article in the warrant for consideration of the meeting submitted by petition. This is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a vote of 4-0. Would you like to address your petition?
Yeah, Jane DeShays. Excuse me. I'm part of an HOA, the 500 Forest Road Association. Our HOA is in decent financial status. A bit of background. The original developer went bankrupt and left the lot owners high and dry with no roads or utilities in place. The owners at the time asked the town for help, and the town said, nope. The owners pulled their money together and finished the project. First things first, I think at the last selectmen's meeting, or maybe the one before that, I was traveling on business, so I wasn't here, but there was some question around whether or not Frank Goodwin Road was a road. It definitively is a road by prescription. So just want to make that clear. And if you look at this slide, you'll see there's 4 ways a road by RSA 229:1 can become a road, and number 4 is prescription. And we definitely check off all those 5 designated reasons of how a road is created by prescription. So I think that the chair and the part-time planning secretary may have confused some people there. So just wanted to be clear. So to be clear, the homeowners on Frank Goodwin, we all have mailboxes where the United States delivers mail to us. The owners receive their tax, water, and electric bills in those mailboxes. The roads are nicely paved. With this warrant article, I'm trying to help the town find another mechanism to assist private roads that are used by the public and benefit the community without the expense to the community to take the roads public. Little more history here. There was a period of 5 to 10 years where the town of Wolfeboro taxed the owners in my association as if we were a public road. During that period of time, owners in the HOA were paying excessive property taxes like we were a public road. There are many towns in and around the Lakes region and in New Hampshire that have emergency lanes. There are some in Moultonborough, Laconia, Alton, Nottingham, some Sunapee, Warner, Madison, and that's just to name a few. I did have a nice conversation with Chief Zotti. I will say, I was amazed. I sent him an email, and like within 30 seconds, I got an email back. So it was pretty cool. And he said, give me a call. So I gave him a call. And I said, you know, hey, and I started talking to him about this, and he said, yeah, we've used that Dudley Road entrance to Sewell Woods in the past for a couple of times for emergencies. And he said, but, you know, we could use other entrances if needed. But he did agree that, you know, if there was a reason, we would definitely use Dudley Road if there was a medical emergency or some other emergency up there. But, you know, it wasn't a total necessity. He did mention that if he did need to use it in Frank Goodwin roads and Dudley Road weren't plowed, he would contact the highway department and have it plowed. That probably would take a little more time, however. Yeah, thanks, Jim. Excuse me. This image shows the two roads that we're talking about that make up 500 Forest Road Association. So you have Frank Goodwin Road and Dudley Road, and then you see Sewell Woods there. This association is surrounded by public roads, and truly, when I talk to people, they're shocked that it's an association, a private association, that these roads are private. It's not a mere dead-end road, so it's not just a road that leads nowhere. A lot of people use it for a cut-through. They cut through from North Main Street over to Forest Road. I see them doing it all the time. Many citizens walk, bike, and drive on these roads. There's access to Sewell Woods at the end of Dudley Road that many citizens benefit from. Jim, do you mind? Yeah, so that's my dog, Maple. She's cool. Looking down Dudley Road to Forest Road, and then if you flip again, this is looking up Frank Goodwin Road. So these are nice roads, right, that we take care of over there for the citizens to enjoy. One more, Jim. Looking down Frank Goodwin from Larry Road. Nice breadth of road there. I had to take him after a snowstorm because I was traveling, and there might be one more. Is that 4? Yeah, and this is, again, just another shot of the roads. Again, just showing that these are great roads. They need very little repair and whatnot. So, getting back to this, yeah, and our roads have had street signs designating them as private since as long as I've lived there. The street signs, it says PVT on the top. Additional signs were put up by a vote by the HOA during COVID. We had a lot of cars coming up from New York, parked at the end of the road, Connecticut, Mass, Pennsylvania, all parked on Dudley Road. Not just at the Sewell Woods entrance, but actually parked down the street. They have pictures of that too. I didn't put them in this. We've never turned anyone away, right? We've never filed any trespassing. We've never had a car towed. We're a friendly neighborhood. And I would expect that if the town granted us an emergency lane, the HOA would vote to have those signs removed. The signs that aren't on the road signs, but the other signs that do say it's a private association. We are, and Jim, if you switch again, we are one of only a few signed entrances to Sewell Woods. There's Old Lakeview Terrace, there's Oak Street, Clow Road, which is where the ski hut is, and then there's Dudley Road, the privately owned by the HOA. Although I did learn from Chief Zotti that there is an entrance on Sewell Road, I couldn't find it. So, and I don't know if 911 knows about it, but anyways, and again, when we look, and Jim, if you don't mind going through these one more time. Yeah, so these are showing where those entrances are. And then one more, please. Thank you. So this is Old Lakeview Terrace access, not real great access. One more, please. Oak Street, again, it's a dirt road, and over on both sides of that, it's like a cliff. Not a cliff, but it drops off pretty heavily. And then one more. And then Clow Road, of course, we all know that one. That one's pretty good, but again, if there were a lot of cars there, it might be difficult. And then, so the town's rec, so, and then this is our road. And there's the spring and there's the winter, and on Dudley Road. And the town's rec department uses our roads for parking and staging during the Granite Man event. We also have 2 town-maintained fire hydrants that can be used for homes in the public neighborhoods surrounding us. Many Wolfeboro residents, never mind the New York, Pennsylvania, and whatnot, but many Wolfeboro residents actually park at the end of our road to utilize Sewell Woods, so citizens of this town that park at the end of our road for biking, walking, running, and Nordic skiing. Now, my HOA pays for the plowing and upkeep of these roads that benefit the many Wolfeboro citizens that use our roads to get access to Sewell Woods. At times, our contractor does not always clear the road real well. And, you know, sometimes if it's on a Saturday or Sunday, it's not a priority for him. This makes it kind of difficult if there were an emergency on this end of Sewell Woods on the easterly side, potentially for emergency vehicles. The road needs little or no maintenance. Excuse me, I have a bit of a sore throat here. Now, there was another thing when I was watching the last Board of Selectmen's meeting where this was talked about, and I think, you know, that part-time planning board secretary and the chair of the Board of Selectmen said that this warrant article was an attempt by me to bypass state RSA. I just want to say that couldn't be further from the truth. You probably should have talked to me. First, RSA allows only the Board of Selectmen to decide if a road is designated an emergency lane. This petition warrant article would be non-binding, would have to be approved by the Board of Selectmen, and may be subject to agreed-upon betterment fees. Now, I would hope that those betterment fees would be in relation to what is actually needed on the road. We don't need electric or water maintenance or anything like that. But I do feel it's important that the town citizens have a voice in decisions regarding emergency lanes and private roads. As far as costs, again, we can come to a mutual agreement with the town regarding a fair betterment fee. I'll bring it back to the association for discussion and vote. This gives another mechanism for public safety without the cost associated with taking a private road public for the town. The town's road petition policy, as it's created, makes it nearly impossible to have a private road in Wolfeboro become public. Our HOA that provides the benefits to the community that I stated above is looking at a way for our past financial contributions and upkeep of the roads that benefit the community to be acknowledged. This action would be less costly to the town now than in the long run, again, because of the whole water and electric infrastructure. And there's nothing in state RSA that says select boards can't institute a betterment fee if they choose, and my HOA would be open to that. It is something I can go back with. And then, so just in closing, and I really, really appreciate everybody hearing me out here. I waited a long time too, so, but I really, really appreciate it. Given the community benefits, frequent public use, and role these roads play in public safety, along with the precedent set by the other towns in the region and the state of New Hampshire, Frank Goodwin and Dudley Road should be designated as emergency lanes. This designation would ensure continued access and safety for Wolfeboro residents without the full burden of making them public roads or placing undue strain on the private HOA that currently maintains them for the public good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion on Article 36? Suzanne?
I'd like to ask the attorney, are there any legal ramifications as being described? Is this question written legally? And second part of that is, what are the legal ramifications if we vote yes? If any.
Okay. So before I address that, I did want to point out one thing. RSA 229-1, which identifies the four different ways that a road can become a public road. When it talks about prescription, there's an important limitation on that. It has to have been used as such for public travel other than travel to and from a toll bridge or ferry for 20 years prior to January 1, 1968. So prescription doesn't apply unless a road was in existence at least in 1947, essentially. So anything after that time, you can't have the 20 years before 1968. So I just wanted to clarify that. With respect to your question about the article as written, so 231-59A gives the select board the authority to determine whether or not they want to make a road a private way. Make a private road an emergency way. So from my perspective, I don't think this could be binding at all because it's really the select board that has the authority to make that determination. Correct. So it could be informational. You know, obviously the select board may follow what the people suggest, but I don't think they would be bound by it since the RSA gives them the authority to make that decision themselves.
Sure.
Thank you, and apologies for that. But so the reason why I wanted this to be a warrant article, and I'm sorry, it's getting really late, is because I just find with this board, a lot of times the only way to get things to move is if you really get them out there in the public. And I do really believe that this is worthy of real consideration. Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on Article 36? Keeping in mind it's 20 minutes of one. So seeing none, I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as read. Were you trying to say something? Leanne?
Randy. So I have a statement. Okay. So the petition warrant article that has been submitted is asking the voters to authorize the town to spend taxpayer money on the plowing and maintenance of two private roads. Both roads, mind you, that have not been built to town specifications, nor have the roads been built per the planning board approved and recorded subdivision plan. In fact, one of the roads, Frank Goodwin Road, originally platted as Wigan Road, was not an approved road by the planning board, despite the fact that at some point either the developer or the board of directors decided to reconfigure the streets within the subdivision and rename a portion of Wigan Road. In addition, Frank Goodwin Road was physically constructed over private land in several locations within the association. The petitioner stated under RSA 231-59A, a municipality may vote to provide snow removal and/or maintenance on private roads if such services are in the public interest, which was stated in the petition warrant article. However, I will now read RSA 231-5A in total rather than a snippet of the RSA. A town may raise and appropriate, and the selectmen may expend money for the repair of any Class 6 highway or private way which has been declared an emergency lane. Such repair may include removal of brush, repair of washouts or culverts, or any other work deemed necessary to render such way passable by firefighting equipment and rescue or other emergency vehicles. In addition, Section 2 of the RSA states, no expenditures shall be made unless the Board of Selectmen, following a public hearing, declare the private way or portion thereof as an emergency lane. There's more to that section, but I'll come back to that in a moment. The Board of Selectmen have not held a public hearing on this matter and has not declared Dudley Road or Frank Goodwin Road an emergency lane. Therefore, the Board of Selectmen are not authorized at this time to expend funds to plow or maintain those roads. The precedent that this petition warrant article could set is quite concerning due to the number of private roads in Wolfeboro. I do not know the current number of private roads. However, I was privy to an email between Selectman DeShays and Dave Ford, former Director of Public Works, that stated there were 60 private roads in the town. My concern lies with the potential tax impact to the operating budget of those 60 private roads that could come forth and request the selectmen to declare their road or roads as an emergency lane. It costs money to plow, sand, and salt roads, trim, cut, and remove trees, maintain culverts, etc., and those costs will fall to the taxpayers. Selectman DeShays stated at the January 22nd, 2025 Board of Selectmen meeting that the Association for Dudley and Frank Goodwin Roads has spent under $5,000 for road maintenance in the last 15 years, and the plowing averages $2,000 to $3,000 per year. However, as an association member, I received the financials for the last 5 years at our annual meeting 2 weeks ago. Our association has spent $10,165 for plowing and sanding, $17,514 for mowing, sweeping, swales, and culverts, $640 for tree removal, $1,740 for culvert repairs, and $3,750 for patch and paving, totaling $33,809. Certainly not the under $5,000 for road maintenance, and certainly not the $2,000 to $3,000 a year for snow plowing. The road needs little or no maintenance, as Jane DeShays just stated. I will repeat that our total costs for the last 5 years were $33,809. 2 roads. As noted in the petition warrant article, the total length of those roads were 0.4 miles. As a side note, Selectman DeShays is also the treasurer of our association, and he presented those figures. If he needed to, he could speak to those. Understanding that some of those figures that were presented includes mowing and sweeping, which would not be incurred by the town. Correct. So the total of the $33,809, some of that could be shaved off, but the fact remains that the figure that was presented by Selectman DeShays at that Board of Selectmen meeting is grossly understated and misleading. Section 2 of the RSA also states the Board of Selectmen, after declaring the roads an emergency lane,
Yep.
So the answer to your question was yes. Careful of the cord.
God.
Hey, Tim, we probably ran out of batteries in this. Not surprising, and mine's probably going to go shortly. Go ahead, Leanne. We're trying to wrap this up.
I know, but I don't know if I can.
Just, yeah. Hey, ladies, if you want to go, you can.
I'm trying.
If you want to stay, you can.
Now I can't. I did write it. It was worked on it enough. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Section 2 of the RSA also states the Board of Selectmen, after declaring the roads as emergency lane, must make written findings recorded in the minutes of the meeting that the public need for keeping such lane passable by emergency vehicles is supported by an identified public welfare or safety interest which surpasses or differs from any private benefits to landowners abutting such lane. The petitioner has stated the following purposes of the petition. Roads are consistently traversed by residents of Wolfeboro, town vehicles, police, fire, and rescue vehicles. In response to that, residents of Wolfeboro, that is yes, they are traversed by the people. Town vehicles, yes, to flush the hydrants and read the meters. Many other streets have fire hydrants that can also be used. police, fire, and rescue vehicles. Every once in a great while, a police vehicle may drive through, other than responding to an actual call. I personally have not seen an emergency rescue vehicle drive through our neighborhood. However, to avoid getting into a debate over this, I would simply ask the petitioner to submit data to support the statements made both in the article and made by Selectman Deshays at the January 22nd Board of Selectmen meeting. As a vital cut-through between Old Lakeview Terrace and Forest Road and access to fire hydrants, that was the remaining piece of that sentence. The term vital is defined as absolutely necessary or essential. I would recommend any person who intends to vote on this article to orient themselves to the location of these roads. You will find that there are at least 2 alternate, more direct cut-through routes that would be more efficient for emergency vehicles to access Forest Road, and by no means is Frank Goodwin Road considered a vital cut-through. I also question how any of these items identified in the purpose surpasses or differs from any private benefits to the landowners of Dudley Road and Frank Goodwin Road. The petitioner has also attempted to present a safety interest by stating that out of the 4 entrances to Sewell Woods, only the entrance located on Dudley Road is the best access of the 4. The slideshow represents Oak Street and Old Lakeview Road as poor access to Sewell Woods.
So Leanne, are you almost done?
Yeah.
I mean, no offense, it's 10:01, and you're clearly not in favor of the petition, so we get that idea. If you could wrap it up, it would be greatly appreciated.
I will wrap it up when I'm
Thank you.
Now I lost my, neither the fire department nor the police department have deemed those access points as poor, rather only the petitioner. Now I can't even sign. At the January 22nd Board of Selectmen meeting, Selectman Deshays stated that, quote, we have the only other signed parking entrance to Sewell Woods conservation area in the town. There's one on Clough Road, which is a public road, and our private road allows for citizens to park at the end and enjoy the cross-country skiing, walking, and biking trails in Sewell Woods, end quote. Couple of fun facts. 1, Dudley Road is not noted as a parking area on the Sewell Woods Conservation Area Trail map, nor is it noted as a parking area on the Lakes Region Conservation Trust website. 2, located at the entrance of Dudley and Frank Goodwin Road are signs that state the following: residents only beyond this point. Question, how does our private road allow for citizens to park and enjoy Sewell Woods when our association clearly marks our roads as private on the road sign and posts a second sign stating residents only beyond this point? These signs were installed during COVID because, as Selectman Deshays previously
All right,
stated...
Leanne, I'm gonna have to cut you off. You're just going too long. If you want to say 30 more seconds, finish it right up, please.
Okay. In closing, I maintain the opinion that the petition warrant article is a calculating maneuver to circumvent RSA 231-29, which is the statute that governs betterment assessments.
All right, so you're opposed to the petition. Is there any further discussion on this article? Anybody propose to amend the language? It's been called the question. All those in favor of terminating debate on Article 36, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we will no longer consider Article 36, and I declare the article appear on the ballot as it was presented.
We move to adjourn.
We have another article, Article
You do not have to
37.
read it,
Article-
because I'm going to amend it.
Not yet. So Article 37, by petition of 25 or more eligible voters of the town of Wolfeboro to see if the town will vote to prohibit the collection and expending of town-collected property tax funds to the state of New Hampshire by means of the statewide education property taxes for the purpose of supporting any school vouchers, also known as EFAs, education freedom accounts, and infringe upon the New Hampshire constitutional rights afforded to the citizens of Wolfeboro. We'll also see if the voters will prohibit the collection and expending of town-collected property tax funds to the state of New Hampshire through SWEP for the purpose of supporting any private or personal school vouchers, also known as EFAs, Education Freedom Accounts, that are not 100% available to the citizens for audit through means of RSA 91-A right to know law. Additionally, to see if the town will direct the selectmen of the town of Wolfeboro to urge the New Hampshire General Court to stop all action, including House and Senate bills that infringe upon our New Hampshire constitutional rights afforded under Article 6 and Article 83, RSA 91A right to know laws. It then attaches Articles 6 and 8, which, with the permission of the petitioners, I do not have to read. I understand that there is a proposed amendment that basically will gut that and shorten it, which I will now read, which you're proposing this amendment. That amendment will read, by petition of 25 or more eligible voters of the town of Wolfeboro, to see if the town will vote to advise the Wolfeboro Selectmen to not expend any funds to the state of New Hampshire collected through the statewide education property taxes, or SWEP, that are not 100% available to the citizens for audit through means of RSA 91A right to know laws, and do not meet the guidelines set forth in Article 6 and Article 83 of the New Hampshire State Constitution. The record of this vote approving this article should be transmitted by written notice from the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen to our New Hampshire State legislatures and our Carroll County delegation, informing them of the vote of the March 11, 2025 town election within 30 days. Is there a second to that proposed amendment? Second. So you're shortening your proposed amendment.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Why should we vote in favor of your amendment?
So voting in favor of the amendment keeps it simple, the KISS method, because it was a little wordy. If anybody wants to look up Article 6, Article 83, they can. So it's just slashing those and just getting to the meat of it.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, so the motion carries. Any further discussion on the article as amended? No. All right. I therefore declare that this article appear on the ballot as read. We have one new matter to come up on a new business. I recognize Sue Ryan.
Yes, I'd like town meeting to vote to proclaim the household hazardous waste building facility in memory of Sarah M. Silk.
Second.
All right. So all those in favor of changing the name or adding the name of the household hazardous waste building to be the Sarah M. Silk building, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much. Entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved.
Whoa.
Second, all those.
Got to vote real quick.
So we have one more matter, so we are not adjourned. Pat Waterman.
Hey, we got to vote real quick.
First, is this on? Okay. So first, I know we've been saddened, a lot of families have been saddened by people who have left us. This year, Wolfeboro lost James Dearborn Sr., a former dedicated fireman who served with the town of Wolfeboro Fire Department for many years. Wally Keniston, another dedicated fireman who served as fire chief for the fire department. Raymond Lodge, former English teacher at Kingswood Regional High School during the 64-68, who had the privilege of working with him when I worked in the guidance office. The other person, we've already said, Sarah Silk. Sarah was a wonderful person who served on various boards: Planning Board, Zoning Board of Adjustment, Conservation, Agricultural, Secretary of the Lakes Region Hazardous Waste Committee, a dedicated member of the Ladies of the Lake Quilters Guild,
And a selectman.
group. And then I would like to also congratulate Kathy Barnard and thank her for 18 years serving on the Wolfeboro Planning Board. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, now I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, all those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Opposed. We are adjourned.